What if the very weapon that could shatter worlds was forged in the fires of betrayal? Picture a time when gods walked among men, their whims as capricious as the weather, where laughter echoed at feasts and shadows danced with dread. What if the hammer of Thor, that legendary symbol of might, wasn't merely a tool of war, but a curse wrapped in the fabric of fate? The tale begins with a whisper, a prophecy etched in time, a warning buried beneath layers of blood and ambition. Who would dare claim such power? Who would plunge into the abyss of divine madness? In the heart of Asgard, where the air crackled with tension, the gods weren't just immortal beings, they were a dysfunctional family with more skeletons in their closets than a graveyard on Halloween. Odin had his secrets, Loki thrived on chaos, and in the shadows, a figure loomed, craftsman and trickster, a man who could bend fate with the flick of his wrist. What if I told you the hammer wasn't created in a moment of valor, but born from envy? As the celestial fire burned bright, each hammer strike resonated with the weight of treachery. Thor, our thunderous hero, stood unaware, a pawn in a game far larger than himself. Gods plotted behind gilded doors, laughter twisting into something sinister. The gods, in their arrogance, thought they were the puppeteers. But what if the strings were being pulled from an altogether darker place? How many gods does it take to forge a weapon that can alter the balance of the universe? One, if he's clever enough. Yet here we are, drowning in demigod drama and divine antics, like a reality show with less screen time and a lot more bloodshed. Each clang of the hammer echoed like the ticking clock of an inevitable reckoning, building suspense until it could no longer be contained. The fate of the world hung on this fragile thread of metal, yet all they could do was squabble over their egos. What if the truth about Mjölnir was hidden in plain sight, disguised as mere myth? Ancient scrolls littered with ink, hints of betrayal, laughter turned to screams. Imagine the hilarity of gods arguing over who gets the last piece of ambrosia while the very fate of mortals hangs in the balance. The hammer was more than a weapon, it was the embodiment of their collective failures, desires, and ultimately, their doom. With every turn of the page, tension mounts like a pressure cooker ready to explode. Every hero has a flaw, every goddess a vice. What if the truth was darker than any tale told by fireside? As the gods danced on the precipice of destruction, a singular question lingers: how far would you go to wield such a power? This isn't just a story. It's a revelation. A blood-soaked revelation that challenges everything you thought you knew about gods, hammers, and the fragile lines between fate and folly. Keep your wits about you. Secrets aren't just revealed, they're clawed from the depths of deceit, waiting to ensnare the unwary. Welcome to the storm. The thunder strikes, the echoes are just beginning. The air crackled like a storm, thick with tension and unspoken fears. Shadows danced in the flickering light of a single, sputtering flame, a candle barely holding on against the encroaching darkness. A distant howl echoed, a mournful cry that sent shivers racing down the spine. In a cramped, cluttered room, a woman named Astrid stood frozen, her heart pounding like a war drum against her ribcage. I remember, she whispered into the silence, the day the sky turned red. The face of her brother, Bjorn, flashed before her, a wild figure brandishing a sword, his laughter a cacophony of madness and courage. "We're going to change the world," he had shouted, eyes alight with reckless zeal. But that was before the night of the blood moon, before the hint of betrayal hung in the air like the acrid scent of smoke. Now, a monstrous shadow loomed just outside their door, the weight of impending doom pressing heavily. "I remember," she whispered again, but the memory slipped away like smoke. How quickly dreams fade when faced with the raw, unyielding reality of their own mortality. How swiftly hope turns to ash. Bjorn was a tempest, a creature of fire and fury, both beloved and feared. Astrid had always felt tethered to him, their lives entwined like roots of ancient trees fighting for their place in an unforgiving landscape. But Bjorn had begun to walk a dark path, driven by whispers of glory and power. "We'll be legends," he had proclaimed, clutching the hilt of his sword as if it could vanquish not just enemies, but his own demons. Astrid could only watch, her heart a battlefield of love and fear, knowing that legends are often born from blood. Outside, the howling grew louder, a chorus of the damned. The gods were restless, she could feel it in her bones. There was magic in the air, thick and electric, the kind that stirs old tales and wakes sleeping giants. That night, she could almost see the shadows of the Aesir dancing in her mind, their eyes glinting with mischief and malice. Odin, a god of wisdom, was also a god of war. He reaped souls and sowed discord with a smile that could charm the crows. And Loki, the trickster, was a thread unraveling the very fabric of the universe, his laughter sharp as glass and just as dangerous. I remember the stories, Astrid said, her voice trembling. I remember how they spoke of Ragnarok, the end that begins anew. The thought turned in her mind, a sickening spiral. What if they were destined to become mere footnotes in a greater tale of destruction? In that moment, the candle flickered violently, and a gust of wind swept through the room, snuffing out the flame. The darkness enveloped her like a cloak of despair, filled with whispers that twisted around her thoughts. She could see Bjorn again, but this time he was not laughing, he was staring, wide-eyed, as shadows closed in. Astrid, he called, his voice a desperate thread pulling her closer. Help me! But help had become a foreign concept, like a long-lost language that now echoed painfully in her ears. She was paralyzed, rooted to the spot, her own fear a weight on her chest as heavy as a mountain. She had always thought of herself as strong, a warrior in her own right, but here she stood, a mere shadow in the saga unfolding around her. I will not be your shield, Bjorn, she cried, her words sharp as daggers, slicing through the silence. Not this time. The walls trembled, shaking under the weight of ancient prophecies woven into the very stones. The air thickened with the scent of impending doom, mingling with the metallic tang of blood that had spilled on forgotten battlefields. And in that moment, Astrid found herself standing at the precipice of a choice, to turn away from the chaos or plunge headfirst into the darkness, to embrace the madness that threatened to consume them both. I remember, she said softly, her breath hitching in her throat. I remember the stories of Freyja, who weeps for the fallen, and Balder, who died for a single mistake. Each name echoed like a bell tolling through the night, a reminder of the fragile thread between life and death, joy and anguish. Would the gods weep for her brother, or would they laugh as the world burned? And then she heard it, an unmistakable sound. The creaking of the door, the slow, deliberate movement that seemed to mock her frozen state. A figure slipped inside, cloaked in shadows, a spectre of dread. Bjorn, she called, her voice wavering under the weight of fear. Not quite, my dear Astrid, the intruder hissed, and the sound sent ice coursing through her veins. You've been waiting for a reckoning, haven't you? But it's not your brother who will face it first. The room shrank around her, the shadows closing in like a dark embrace. Astrid's heart thundered as she realized the truth. The mythos surrounding her was not just in the stories, it lived and breathed in the darkness of her world, ready to consume everything she had ever known. The air turned electric, charged with emotions so raw they threatened to swallow her whole. In that haunting moment, the boundaries between reality and myth began to blur. Time itself warped, each heartbeat a reminder of the inevitable, every breath a plea for salvation. I remember, she whispered again, not knowing if the words were a prayer or a curse. But the shadows continued to loom, whispering secrets in an ancient tongue that twisted her mind and tugged at her heart. This was the myth, the fabric of existence intertwined with love, loss, betrayal, and the eternal quest for meaning. As Astrid stood on the edge of her own story, she felt the weight of the cosmos above her, a vast and ungraspable tapestry of fate and free will. The night stretched on, and in the depths of her soul, she knew she was merely a player in a game far older than her own desires. The stage was set, and the players were moving into position. In the dark, she could almost hear the echoes of her ancestors, the whispers of the Valkyries calling out for the worthy, the lost, and the damned. Who would answer? Who would rise? The answers lay hidden in the heart of the storm, waiting to be unveiled. The candle was out, but the fire within her burned brighter than ever. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke, the remnants of battle clinging to the earth like a shroud. A crumpled figure lay amidst the chaos, the golden locks glinting in the fading light, Freyja, goddess of love and war, watching as the remnants of her kin, the Vani, fell like autumn leaves, their vibrant hues dimmed into lifeless husks. The clash between the Aesir and Vani had erupted with the ferocity of thunder, and now a silence, heavy and oppressive, blanketed the aftermath. This was no ordinary conflict, this was a rift that would echo through the ages, a fracture that would never heal. I remember standing there, my heart pounding against my ribs like a caged beast. Freyja's gaze pierced through me, a gaze that spoke of deep-seated rage and heartbreaking sorrow. She was a goddess, yet in this moment, she felt so achingly human, so relatable in her desire for peace even amidst chaos. My chest felt tight, as if the weight of the cosmos rested upon my shoulders. And then there was Njord, the sea god, his powerful frame trembling under the weight of grief. He had watched his children, the Vani, fall, watched as the Aesir, his own kindred, turned their backs on the very bonds they had forged. The ocean within him churned violently, tempestuous waves crashing against the shores of his heart. "What have we done?" he murmured to the wind, voice cracking under the strain. The sound echoed through the desolate battlefield, a haunting whisper that seemed to mock the gods. I remember Njord's eyes, blue as the deepest ocean, filled with an anguish that cut deeper than any blade. He stood between worlds, torn between his allegiance to the Aesir and the love for his own kin. The choice twisted in his gut like a serpent, coiling tighter with every breath. The air hummed with a tension so thick, it felt as if the very ground were holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills, waiting for a conclusion that would never come. And then there was Odin, the All-Father, the architect of this war, his one-eyed gaze surveying the remnants of their folly. He stood at the precipice of his own creation, a god who had traded wisdom for bloodshed, a ruler who sacrificed kin for glory. It was necessary, he had declared, but the words tasted like ash on his tongue, bitterness shadowing the pride of his voice. His heart was a battlefield, caught between the allure of power and the haunting specter of regret. I remember the shadows that danced around him, whispering secrets of betrayal. The whispers that curled and coiled like smoke, each one a reminder of the trust that had shattered, the camaraderie that had turned into bloodlust. I felt the chill of the night creep up my spine, a reminder that darkness could consume even the brightest of stars. But the Aesir and Vani were not just warriors, they were flawed beings, each carrying the weight of their choices. Freyja, sweet yet fierce, whose laughter could stir storms and whose tears could summon thunder. Njord, the gentle tide, whose love for his children was eclipsed only by his longing for peace. Odin, the tragic hero, whose quest for knowledge had led him down a path of ruin. Their paths intertwined like the roots of ancient trees, each one pushing against the other in a desperate struggle for survival. The echoes of battle faded into the night, replaced by the mournful cries of the fallen. I stood there, a mere observer, my heart aching for the loss of something so profoundly human, even in its divine form. I felt the weight of time stretch out before me, an endless spiral, looping back on itself, reminding me of the fragility of existence. Freyja turned to Njord, her voice soft yet cutting through the air like a blade. "Can we rebuild? Can we mend what's been broken?" Her words trembled with hope and fear, and I felt that same trembling within my chest. Hope was a fragile thing, easily crushed underfoot, yet it lingered like the last light of day, refusing to be extinguished. Njord's response was a choked sob, a sound so raw it shattered the silence. "The wounds run too deep," he whispered, the water in his eyes reflecting the pain of ages lost. "We may never find our way back." His voice cracked, and I felt the earth tremble beneath the weight of his sorrow, as if the very fabric of reality mourned with him. But Freyja, oh Freyja! She was a tempest, a cyclone of emotion, refusing to yield to despair. "We must try," she cried, the desperation in her voice igniting the air with an electric charge. "We are gods. We cannot allow this to be our end." But the shadows loomed larger then, stretching out to engulf them, whispering doubts that slithered into their hearts. They were trapped in a web of their making, and the strands were woven with regrets and betrayal. I felt the panic rise within me, a primal scream clawing at my throat. Would they find a way to heal, or was this the beginning of their eternal descent into chaos? And as the wind howled, carrying their cries into the night, I realized the truth. The Aesir and Vani would remain forever marked by this conflict, shadows of their former selves, eternally split. Their stories would intertwine like the roots of a tree, but the tree itself would never flourish again. The gods wept, and I felt their tears falling like rain upon the land, a bitter reminder of what once was and what would never be again. In the silence that followed, two paths emerged, dark and twisted. The choice lay before them, a chasm filled with eternal doubt and longing. The air crackled with tension, a thunderstorm brewing in the distance, ready to unleash its fury. And as I stood amidst the wreckage of their fractured world, I couldn't help but wonder what would become of them now. The dawn had yet to break, and the night loomed heavy with possibilities, a darkness that promised both despair and hope. I could feel it, the heartbeats of the gods echoing in the stillness, a rhythm that danced upon the edge of fate, a fierce reminder that even in the depths of conflict, the pulse of longing would never cease. The ground trembles beneath me, a low growl of ancient power that whispers of endings and beginnings. I stand on the precipice of something vast and unfathomable, a cosmic storm brewing in the shadows. The sky is an angry bruise, swirling with colors that twist and curl like the tendrils of a dying dream. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbles, sending shivers down my spine. The air is thick, oppressive, saturated with the scent of ozone and the weight of unshed tears. I remember the stories, the echoes of voices that once filled the halls of memory, but now they are nothing more than ghosts, drifting through the fog of time. I feel her presence before I see her. Sigyn, the bearer of sorrow, stands as a sentinel between worlds. Her eyes, dark as midnight, are pools of despair, reflecting a heart shattered by love and betrayal. She clutches a vial of poison, the edges sharp and glinting under the ominous sky, a weapon more potent than steel. Her hands tremble, not from fear but from the raw, unyielding emotion that coils within her like a serpent, ready to strike. I remember the laughter we shared once, the warmth of sunlight spilling across our skin, but that warmth is long gone, replaced by a chill that seeps into my bones. Why do we fight, Sigyn? I ask, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the storm. What is left to save? She turns to me, and I see the flicker of a flame, defiance, a spark of hope buried beneath layers of grief. We fight for what is lost, and for what remains, she says, her voice firm like the roots of Yggdrasil stretching into the depths of the earth. Her gaze shifts to the great tree, its branches clawing at the heavens, a titan that holds the cosmos together. Yet, even it trembles, the bark darkening as if it feels the weight of impending doom. I shake my head, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. And yet, the 9 realms are crumbling, Sigyn. Frost giants clash with gods, the very fabric of our world frays at the edges. What hope do we have? A scream pierces the air, raw and agonizing. It is Loki, bound in chains forged from his own treachery, trapped in a torment of his making. He rides in agony, a tempest of rage and sorrow, a reflection of all our pain. I feel the weight of my own heart, heavy and leaden, as I watch him struggle against the bonds that bind him, a puppet on strings he no longer controls. Look at him! Sigyn cries, her voice rising above the storm. Our fates are interwoven, inseparable. He is our brother, our enemy, our salvation. If we surrender to despair, what then is left? Loki's laughter, a bitter echo, mingles with the thunder. You think you can save me, he taunts, his voice a twisted melody. I am the architect of ruin, the chaos that devours. I am the poison in your veins. His eyes burn with a fierce intensity, a mix of madness and clarity that makes my skin crawl. I remember the warmth of those childhood days, splashing in the rivers of Asgard, building castles of sand while the sun kissed our skin. But those moments are drowned beneath the weight of loyalty and betrayal, a churning sea of emotions that threatens to pull me under. Sigyn! I plead, desperation clawing at my throat. What if he cannot be saved? What if he is beyond redemption? Her silence is a dagger, piercing the air with an echo of despair. She steps closer, her breath mingling with the storm, and I see the flicker of fear in her eyes. Then we must become the light in this darkness. We must fight for the light, even if it flickers. Even if it is just a glimmer against the vast shadows. I look at her, and in that moment, I see the vastness of her heart, a heart that has known love and loss, joy and despair. I feel the echo of her strength, a tether that binds us together against the chaos threatening to consume us. The ground shakes again, more violently this time, as if Yggdrasil itself is groaning under the weight of our choices. Loki's laughter fades, replaced by a raspy breath, full of regret and longing. I was once a god, a trickster, a bringer of joy. But I became the monster of my own making. His words hang in the air like a fragile thread, a bridge between despair and hope. Can you forgive me, for I have not forgiven myself? Redemption is a fickle thing, I say, my heart racing. But it is not beyond reach, Loki. Not yet. The storm swells, an orchestra of chaos building to a crescendo. A flash of light illuminates the sky, revealing a tapestry of realms woven together like the strands of Yggdrasil itself, each thread vibrant with its own story, its own pain, its own hope. I remember that pain, the ache of longing, the heart-wrenching weight of love lost and battles fought. I remember the laughter and the tears, the quiet moments that linger like shadows in my mind. I remember what it means to fight, to love fiercely despite the odds. Together, Sigyn says, her voice soft yet filled with an iron will. We face this storm together. And as the thunder cracks and the sky splits open, I feel the enormity of our choices slamming into me like a tidal wave. We stand on the brink, charged with the potential of creation and destruction, poised to weave our fate into the very fabric of existence. I reach out, and as my fingers touch Sigyn's, I feel a surge of energy, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. The winds howl, the realms tremble, and in that moment, we become the storm. We become the light in the darkness, ready to confront our destinies, together. The world holds its breath, suspended in time as we step into the void, where the echoes of creation and destruction swirl in a tumult, an eternal dance that has no beginning or end. And just as I feel the pulse of existence thrumming in my veins, the ground beneath me cracks, and the cosmos yawns wide, waiting for us to step into the unknown. A crack of thunder ripped through the twilight, a roar that echoed off jagged cliffs and sent shivers down spines already etched with fear. I stood there, frozen, as the heavens opened, and rain poured like the anguish of 1,000 forgotten souls. The scent of wet earth mingled with the metallic tang of battle. It was a heady perfume, one that kissed the air with the promise of violence and despair. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the silhouette of a figure, a giant, looming, indomitable. It was as if the storm itself had taken form, a harbinger of what was to come. In that moment, I remembered the weight of a hammer, the rush of wind in my hair, and the taste of blood on my lips. I remembered Thor, my brother, my friend, and the embodiment of everything we feared and revered. The air crackled with tension, a tangible force that pulled at the edges of reality, threatening to unravel us all. And yet, beneath the chaos, behind the bluster of nature's fury, there simmered a profound ache, a longing for something lost. Odin stood beside me, his one eye gleaming with ancient wisdom yet clouded by uncertainty, a storm of his own. He will come, he said, a tremor betraying his voice. And we must be ready. But ready for what? The inevitable clash of thunder and fury? Or the reckoning of a heart betrayed by its own power? I had seen the shadows dance in my father's face, the weight of leadership heavy on his shoulders, and it made my own heart clench. Amidst the chaos, I glanced toward Loki. He was a flickering shadow, a whisper of mischief wrapped in darkness. The tension between us was palpable, a taut string ready to snap. I felt my throat tighten as I recalled our last conversation, words flung like knives, each laced with bitterness. "You'll never understand," he had said, his voice edged with a sadness that pierced through my defenses. "You're bound by your hammer, while I'm free to choose." Freedom, yes, an intoxicating thought that had driven him to the edges of madness. "Loki," I called, my voice barely rising above the sound of the storm. He turned, his expression unreadable, a mask of indifference that only barely concealed the turmoil within. "We need to stand together." But I knew he was a tempest of his own, fueled by a sense of betrayal deeper than any wound I could inflict. He scoffed, the sound a bitter melody in the cacophony, and I felt the gulf between us widen, a chasm of misunderstanding, of hurt and anger that felt insurmountable. The cloud swirled above, heavy and black, like the remnants of our fractured relationships. I could feel the storm brewing not just in the skies but in our hearts. Each heartbeat echoed with memories of our youth, of laughter shared in the mead halls, of the thrill of adventure that once united us. But those days felt like a distant dream, drowned beneath the weight of regret and betrayal. The ghosts of our past lingered, haunting us like shadows that refused to fade. And then came the sound, a low rumble that shook the very ground beneath our feet. Thor was coming, an unstoppable force charging toward us, a tempest forged in the fires of rage and sadness. I could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, a reminder that even gods could be lost to their own monsters. "He's angry," Loki murmured, his eyes darkened with something deeper than fear. Not just at them, but at us. A shiver ran down my spine. It was a truth that thrummed like a war drum in my ears. I remembered the stories, the fables of Thor's might, the tales spun by firelight. They spoke of his strength, his unyielding spirit, but they left out the cracks, the moments of vulnerability that made him human. "He's fighting for more than just Asgard," I whispered, as if confessing a secret to the wind. "He's fighting for himself." It was a revelation that stung, a gut-wrenching acknowledgement of our failures, the weight of a brotherhood that had frayed at the seams. The storm raged on, a chaotic symphony of nature's fury and inner turmoil. I could feel the electricity in the air, a raw energy that made my skin prickle. I glanced at Odin, the lines etched on his face deepening, a landscape of sorrow and wisdom. What if he fails? I asked, my own heart racing with dread. The thought clung to me like a heavy cloak, suffocating and cold. What if we lose him? Odin's gaze held mine, fierce and unyielding. We cannot lose hope. We must believe he can rise, even amidst the storm. Hope. It felt like a fragile thread, easily snapped yet impossibly strong. I wanted to cling to it, to make it my shield against the encroaching darkness, but doubts crept in like shadows. I remembered Thor's laughter, bright and infectious, now replaced by a silence that echoed within the storm. What had we done to each other? Suddenly, the sky split open with a blinding flash, and there he was, Thor, standing tall and fierce, his hammer raised, a figure of divine wrath and sorrow. The storm swirled around him, a chaotic dance of wind and rain, reflecting the tempest within. "Brother!" I shouted, my voice rising above the roar, a desperate plea, a lifeline thrown into the raging sea. "We are here! Don't let the storm consume you." But his gaze was cast beyond us, toward the horizon, where the enemies lay waiting, shadows that threatened to engulf everything we had ever known. For a heartbeat, time suspended, the world holding its breath. And in that stillness, I realized, this was not just a battle for Asgard, it was a struggle for redemption, for understanding, for the very essence of what it meant to be a god and a brother. The tension hung heavy, thick with unspoken words and unresolved pain, as we stood on the precipice of something vast and unfathomable. The storm swirled, the thunder roared, and I felt the pull of destiny wrapping around us like a tempest. I reached for Loki, for Thor, for the remnants of our fractured bond, knowing we were teetering on the edge of something monumental. The wind whipped through my hair, and I closed my eyes, surrendering to the chaos, ready to embrace whatever came next, because the storm was here, and in its midst, the emergence of Thor had begun. The air crackled with tension as the hammer struck the anvil, reverberating through the dimly lit forge. Sparks flew like angry fireflies, illuminating the sweat-slicked face of Yarrick, his brow furrowed in concentration. Each blow was more than metal meeting metal, it was a heartbeat, a pulse, a declaration of existence. His hands trembled, not from fatigue but from the weight of expectation, the ancestral burden passed down through generations. This was his moment, yet doubt gnawed at him, whispering that the hammer might not only forge iron but fate itself. I stood at the threshold, my breath hitching as I watched the scene unfold. The smell of burning coal mixed with the tang of iron filled the air, wrapping around me like a forgotten dream. In that small, shadow-drenched space, where the world was reduced to the rhythm of hammers, two lives collided, Yarrick, the smith with a legacy, and Anya, a ghost of a woman made real by memory. Her laughter haunted the corners of Yarrick's mind, a shimmering echo of what love could have been. Anya stood, silent, her eyes filled with an unquenchable fire, her heart a fragile thing beating against the weight of history. She was an artist of words, painting stories with her breath, but now she was reduced to this moment, yearning for Yarrick's attention, desperate to pull him away from the forge that consumed him. I remember the fleeting glances they shared, the electric charge that surged between them, 1,000 unsaid words hanging in the air, heavy and pregnant with longing. "Yarrick," she called, her voice a haunting melody that cut through the din. "Do you hear it? The world outside? It beckons, my love." It sings of adventure, of life beyond this fire. But Yarek's hammer fell again, a defiant echo against her dreams, drowning out the siren song of the world. I could feel Anya's heart shatter, the pieces scattering like embers in the wind, each fragment a raw reminder of the love that burned bright yet never fully ignited. The hammer was more than a tool, it was a weapon against despair, a symbol of resilience. Yarek believed that with every strike, he shaped not only metal but destiny itself. Still, the spectre of doubt clung to him like a shadow, whispering that the hammer was as much a harbinger of violence as it was of creation. He was not just molding iron, he was forging his own identity, his own path, a path fraught with uncertainty, where every swing could mean triumph or tragedy. I remember the first time I held a hammer, the weight settling in my palm like a promise. It felt powerful, but there was a fragility to that power, a delicate balance between destruction and creation. Yarek, in his relentless pursuit of mastery, had become a slave to the forge, losing sight of the world beyond the anvil. I felt a pang of empathy for him, a man caught in a relentless cycle of labor, while life twisted and turned outside his walls, unrecognized and unclaimed. As I watched Yarek hammer away, Anya's face transformed from frustration to a determination that pierced the haze of despair. "You think your hammer can shape destiny, Yarek? It can break as easily as it builds. I am here, yet you forge alone." Her voice cut through the air, raw and jagged, like a blade unsheathed. It was a challenge, a plea wrapped in the guise of a confrontation. And then, the inevitable happened, a spark ignited in the depths of Yarek's eyes. "I must," he said, his voice cracked like dry earth, a confession laced with desperation. "If I don't, what am I? Just a man? Just a ghost of the man I'm meant to be." The weight of his legacy pressed down on him, heavier than any iron he had ever forged. But Anya stepped closer, her presence wrapping around him, a tether to the world he was neglecting. "Your legacy isn't in the hammer, Yarek. It's in us, our love, our laughter, our dreams." Each word was a heartbeat, a lifeline cast into the churning waters of his despair. I felt the anguish radiate from them, a palpable energy that vibrated through the air. Yarek paused, the hammer trembling in his grip as he faced the woman who dared to challenge the very essence of his existence. Time held its breath. A moment stretched into eternity as the two stood there, opposites in a cosmic dance. Yarek, the weight of tradition clawing at his throat, and Anya, the beacon of possibility, urging him to step into the light. It was a battle of wills, a confrontation of the heart, waged not with fists but with raw, unfiltered emotion. The hammer clattered to the ground, a sound that echoed through the forge like a gunshot, shattering the silence. Anya's breath hitched, her expression a delicate mix of hope and fear. "What are you waiting for, Yarek? The world is alive out there, waiting for you to seize it." Each word felt like a drumbeat against the silence, resonating with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. And then, a realization washed over Yarek, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his own revelation. "I remember," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I remember the laughter, the dreams we shared beneath the stars." A flicker of light ignited in his eyes, illuminating the darkness that had threatened to consume him. In that moment, the hammer became more than an instrument of labor, it transformed into a metaphor for choice, for the conflict between duty and desire. Yarek stood at the crossroads of his existence, teetering on the brink of a decision that could change everything. Will he let the hammer fall, or will he find the strength to craft a new destiny, a future where love and legacy coexist? I could feel the tension crackling in the air, palpable and thick. The hammer lay abandoned on the cold stone floor, and the forge, once a sanctuary, felt like a cage. Yarek turned to Anya, tears shimmering in his eyes, the weight of 1,000 unsaid words pressing against his chest. He breathed deeply, the air charged with possibility, and for the first time, the forge felt like the beginning rather than an end. The shadows danced around them, the forge a witness to their tender battle, a battle that was far from over, as the world beyond awaited. And as the darkness settled, their story hung, suspended in time, an unfinished melody echoing in the hearts of those who dared to dream, to forge anew. The hammer lay silent, its significance yet to be fully revealed, a promise lingering in the air, whispering of the choices to come. The hammer struck the anvil with a deafening clang, echoing through the dimly lit cavern like a war cry. Sparks flew, illuminating craggy walls and revealing shadowy corners that whispered of age-old secrets. I remember the scent of iron in the air, sharp and metallic, clinging to my lungs like a ghost of forgotten battles. It was here, in the heart of the earth, that I first met Eitri and Brokkr, two dwarfs bound by blood, rivalry, and the unbreakable chains of their fates. In that moment, chaos reigned. Eitri, his brow furrowed with desperation, wiped sweat from his brow with hands marred by soot and scars. "It's not just the weapons we forge, brother," he growled, each word laced with urgency. "It's our legacy." As if on cue, the ground trembled beneath us, a reminder of the giants who lurked just beyond the veil of darkness, ready to reclaim what we stole from them, their myths, their power. Brokkr, his eyes glinting like shards of obsidian, stood unmoving, fists clenched, a simmering storm behind his stoic expression. Legacy? Or hubris? His voice was low, dripping with disdain. I could feel the tension crackling between them, a thread pulled taut, threatening to snap. I shivered, not from the chill of the cavern but from the weight of their conflict, a tempest brewing in the heart of creation itself. I remember the stories, the tales spun by the fireside of their unmatched craftsmanship. They were supposed to be heroes, master blacksmiths who forged weapons that would change the tide of war. But here they were, caught in a web of their own making, haunted by the ghosts of their past decisions. I felt the sting of their choices, the burden of expectation pressing down on my chest, as if I, too, were a part of their tragic play. "Look at what we've made." Eitri's voice trembled now, a broken note cutting through the din of the forge. He gestured to the weapons hanging like trophies, glistening swords, intricate shields, each piece a monument to skill and ambition. Yet, I could see it in his eyes, the flickering doubt. Do they even matter if we lose ourselves? Outside, shadows danced like phantoms, the echoes of laughter and cries of the past blending into a chorus of mourning. The city above thrummed with life, oblivious to the storm brewing beneath its feet. It felt like a cruel joke. While they reveled in the glory of their victories, Eitri and Brokkr remained shackled to their own creations. "Everything we touch turns to ash," Brokkr muttered, a shiver of despair slipping through his tough exterior. "What have we become?" I could feel it, the despair clutching at my throat like a vice. Their pain, their fear, resonated with me. It was a haunting melody, familiar and yet discordant. I remembered my own struggles, the moments of uncertainty that made the world seem impossibly heavy. It wasn't just their legacy at stake, it was mine, too, every artist, every creator who dared to dream. Again, the hammer fell, and the clang echoed like the tolling of a bell, calling forth the spirits of the past. "We're not just blacksmiths," Eitri shouted, defiance lighting a fire in his chest. "We are the architects of fate." But as the words left his lips, I could see the cracks beneath the surface. The weight of their ambitions bore down on them like a mountain, and I could feel the tremors of their turmoil ripple through the air. It was suffocating, the kind of despair that whispered secrets of despair and madness. The forge dimmed as the last ember flickered uncertainly. Silence enveloped us, a heavy blanket woven from doubt. In that void, something shifted, a presence lurking just out of sight, a shadow that threatened to swallow them whole. "Do you hear that?" Brokkr's voice trembled, echoing my own fears. I strained to listen, but all I could hear was the pounding of my heart, each beat a reminder of the relentless march of time. The darkness was alive, pulsing with intent. The air thickened, charged with unspoken words and unresolved feelings. I could sense a confrontation looming on the horizon, a clash not only of metal but of souls. Would they find redemption in their craft, or would they be consumed by the very fires they stoked? Eitri stepped forward, breath quickening, eyes bright with fervor. "We must forge anew. We will create a weapon that can change the course of our fate." The conviction in his voice sent shivers down my spine, awakening a flicker of hope amidst the despair. Yet there was an undercurrent of desperation there, a flick of madness that danced with ambition. Brokkr's gaze hardened, a fortress of silence. "And what if it destroys us?" he challenged, the words hanging heavy in the air like a blade poised to strike. "What if we lose everything in the fire?" In that moment, I felt the weight of their choices, every hammer strike, every breath filled with resolve or regret. I was caught in their storm, a mere observer, yet their fear became mine, twisting around my heart like ivy choking a tree. The tension between them cracked and sparked, like molten steel cooling too quickly. I could see their flaws laid bare, every wound they wore exposed. Eitre's ambition was a raging inferno, while Brocca's caution was a quiet, persistent tide. Each was a mirror, reflecting the darkest fears they dared not speak aloud. The forge groaned, the ancient stones echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself, a reminder that everything was connected, every choice rippling through time. I felt the tension coiling tighter, a spring wound to its limit, ready to unleash chaos upon the world, or perhaps, create something beautiful. As they stood on the precipice of creation and destruction, I could almost taste the fear on my tongue, acrid and electric. The shadows crept closer, whispering promises of ruin and glory. I was frozen, caught in the web of their destinies, their choices pulling me deeper into the abyss. And just then, as the air thickened with anticipation, a moment of profound silence filled the cavern, the kind that holds the weight of the universe, where everything seems suspended, waiting for a single spark to ignite the powder keg of their fates. And in that suspended breath, I knew this was just the beginning. The hammer would fall again, the forge would roar back to life, and the fate of the dwarfs, and perhaps all of us, would be tested in the crucible of their making. The climax was near, and the shadows were closing in, but the light flickered still, a stubborn ember refusing to die, waiting for its moment to burn bright. The echoes of their struggle reverberated far beyond the forge, reaching into the very fabric of time itself, an infinite loop, waiting to ensnare us all. Thunder rolled over the mountains, the sky a tapestry of dark brooding clouds that roared ominously. Lightning slashed through the air, illuminating the workshop of Brocca and Sindri for a heartbeat that slipped past like time itself, leaving only the echo of its absence. Here, in the flickering shadows, the air thrummed with tension, each breath thick with the scent of molten metal, sweat, and unspoken dread. This was not just a workshop, it was a crucible for creations yet unmade, a cauldron of dreams tempered by desperation. Faster! The gods grow impatient. Brocca's voice pierced the air, sharp as the blade he was forging. The fire danced wildly, casting grotesque silhouettes on the stone walls, echoing his frantic heart. Each clang of metal against metal resonated like a war drum, a reminder that time was slipping, like sand through fingertips. Sindri, his brother, worked beside him, the cool, calm in their storm. His hands moved with a grace that belied the chaos around them, weaving magic into their creations. Yet, beneath that calm surface, he felt the raging tide of doubt. What if we fail? The word slipped out, laced with fear. Each syllable hung heavy, thickening the air. What if the gifts we make are not enough? I remember the day they first vowed to create magic. The sun was bright, laughter floated in the air like the sweet scent of blooming flowers. But today, the laughter was gone, replaced by the ghostly whispers of their past, echoes of dreams turned to nightmares. The gods demanded, and failure meant not just punishment but the end of everything they loved. Brocca swung his hammer down, each strike resonating deep within him, a pulse of determination. We are not mere mortals. We are creators. Let the gods see what we can do. But even as he spoke, he felt the weight of doubt creeping in like an unwelcome shadow. They were not alone. Behind them loomed the figure of Loki, god of mischief, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and malice. What, pray tell, are my little craftsmen toiling away at? Should I be worried? His tone dripped with playful menace, a cat playing with its prey before the final strike. The air crackled with tension, a palpable fear mingled with a strange thrill that curled around their hearts. Leave us be, Loki! Sindri spat, his voice steady but eyes darting, betraying his unease. This is no game. But Loki only chuckled, the sound a sinister melody that reverberated through the workshop, wrapping around them like smoke. He loved to see the brothers squirm, to toy with their emotions like a puppet master. What's a little chaos among friends? You're creating wonders, but will they be enough to impress? Loki's smile widened, revealing sharp teeth like daggers, each word a blade that sliced through their resolve. With every tick of the clock, the pressure mounted, time slipping like oil through their fingers. Brocker grabbed a shimmering piece of gold, its surface cool and smooth, a promise of beauty waiting just beneath its surface. We'll create something they cannot ignore. A golden boar, a necklace that shines brighter than the sun. His voice thundered, filled with raw passion, but doubt gnawed at the edges, whispering that perhaps it was all in vain. Sindri's heart raced as they pressed on, the rhythm of their work building to a crescendo. Each artifact was imbued with their essence, their fears, their hopes. The golden boar took shape, its muscles taut and fierce, a creature that could leap through the skies. The necklace glimmered as if holding the very stars, but within it lay their fears, fears of rejection, of failure, of the gods' wrath. Do you feel it? Brocker's voice trembled. The weight of their judgment. His hands shook as he shaped the last detail, fingers brushing against the cool metal. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, a tightrope between success and ruin. I feel it, Sindri whispered, feeling the warmth of his brother beside him, their shared heartbeat echoing in the silence, a bond forged through fire and conflict. But we must trust in our craft. Trust, a fragile thing, easily shattered by doubt. In the gathering darkness of that fateful night, the brothers finished their creations, the air thick with the scent of metal and the weight of their dreams. The artifacts gleamed, shimmering with potential, but the moment felt heavy, a stillness before the storm that raised the hairs on their arms. They could already hear the distant thunder of the gods' approach, the palpable dread wrapping around them like a shroud. Will they truly see? Sindri asked, voice trembling, as he gazed at the creations. Will they appreciate our sacrifice? Each word was a prayer, a desperate plea sent up to the heavens. Brocker turned to him, fierce resolve igniting in his eyes. They will have no choice. The conviction in his voice cut through the tension, igniting a spark of hope amid the chaos. We are not just crafters, we are legends waiting to be born. But just then, the door swung open, and the gods stepped into the workshop, shadows stretching across the floor like the grim fingers of fate. Their eyes gleamed with curiosity and judgment. Time slowed, a heartbeat lasting an eternity, the moment stretching taut with anticipation. Show us your creations, Odin commanded, voice resonating through the workshop like thunder. The air was electric, thick with the weight of destiny, the stakes higher than they had ever imagined. The brothers stood there, hearts pounding in their chests, caught between fear and the flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, their dreams would not go unnoticed. In that frozen moment, as they unveiled their creations, the clash of destiny and desire filled the air, an impending storm of consequences swirling around them, gathering in intensity. The brothers stood side by side, their hearts intertwined, ready to face either glory or ruin, each breath a silent vow that they would forge their legacy, no matter the cost. Thunder rumbled, a bone-chilling growl echoing across the storm-lashed mountains, each crack like a warning from some forgotten deity. The sky, a bruised canvas of black and purple, quivered with the weight of an impending confrontation. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, caught in the eye of an ancient tempest. The hammer, the legendary Mjölnir, sat nestled in its resting place, a relic of immense power and tragedy. The gods were restless tonight. I could see them, silhouettes against the jagged horizon, Odin, the All-Father with his piercing gaze, Thor, his son, embodying the storm itself, his wild hair dancing like flame, and Loki, the trickster, weaving shadows like whispers. Each one bore the weight of their own desires, their own looming failures, and I felt the tension in the air, thick enough to choke on. I remember the first time I had seen the hammer in my dreams. I remember how it glowed with an ethereal light, inviting me to come closer, to touch it. But then the vision twisted, the hammer was stained with blood and betrayal. You want power, the voices echoed. It comes at a price. The ground beneath my feet trembled. Here, in the vast, empty space, where time stood still, I felt the ghosts of their past choices lingering, betrayals, broken promises, and the laughter that turned to screams. Thor's eyes flashed with a mixture of anger and desperation. Loki, he roared. You think you can betray us again and walk free? But Loki's smile was a blade, sharp, dangerous, and glinting with malice. And what would you do, brother? Swing that pathetic hammer at me. Each word dripped with mockery, though I could see the cracks in his bravado. Beneath the surface, the flicker of fear danced like candlelight, and I realized that even the gods were not immune to the shadows of their own making. Enough! Odin's voice shattered the air, a command that rang out like a death knell. This is not merely a game. The hammer chooses its wielder. It demands purity of heart. Yet the irony of the Allfather's proclamation hung heavy, for what purity did any of them possess? Each was stained by their choices, their egos battling like titans. The hammer had become a symbol of their failures, a challenge that could either unite or destroy. Purity. Thor spat, fists clenched. What do you know of purity, father? You sit on your throne, blind to your own sins. The thunder cracked violently overhead, a fitting accompaniment to the turmoil brewing among them. I was drawn in, an unwilling spectator to a family feud that could tear the fabric of their world apart. I remember the feeling of dread pooling in my stomach, every heartbeat a reminder of the stakes. The gods were not just arguing, they were dancing on the edge of oblivion, and I was caught in the crossfire. As everything swirled around me, the ground beneath began to shimmer, the air charged with an electric tension that felt alive, almost sentient. Loki, I whispered, you're going to lose everything. The word slipped from my mouth unbidden, and he turned to me, surprise flickering in his eyes. You think I care about loss? His laugh was a brittle sound, cracking like ice underfoot. I have lost everything. What's one more betrayal? The winds howled, pulling us all toward that fateful moment. I remember the whirling chaos, the arguments spiraling like debris in the storm. Each god was wrestling not just with one another, but with their own fears, their own ghosts. The hammer loomed, a colossal guardian of their pasts, waiting to be claimed. Thor stepped forward, muscles taut, his face contorted in rage and desperation. I will prove myself worthy, he yelled, his voice raw, almost pleading. The storm raged above, reflecting his inner turmoil. He reached for Mjölnir, his fingers brushing the cold metal, but it didn't budge, as if it were a creature alive, sensing his doubt. Worthy? Loki sneered. You think you can just take power without consequence? You're nothing but a brute, brother. The hammer will not heed your call. Enough! Odin thundered, his voice a tempest stronger than the storm. It is time for the contest. A challenge among the gods. Only the one who faces their own darkness will wield the hammer. The air crackled, and suddenly, the ground split like the world itself was trying to breathe. Shadows stretched and yawned, revealing memories, moments of weakness, moments of glory, laid bare. My heart raced as I saw flashes of their lives. Thor, the hero who once faltered, Loki, the trickster who once sought love, only to have it turn to ash, Odin, the god who sacrificed so much for power that he lost sight of what it meant to lead. Each of them was flawed, undeniably human beneath their divine facades, and I felt the weight of their struggles crash over me like waves. This contest was not just for the hammer, it was a reckoning, a chance to confront their deepest fears. As the storm raged on, the three gods stood in tense silence, the air thick with anticipation. Each breath felt like a countdown, every heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. And the hammer, silent, ominous, watched, waiting for the one who would dare to grasp it. I was no longer a mere observer, I could feel the heat of their emotions washing over me, their pain binding us together in this moment of unimaginable weight. Something had to break, and I feared what it might be. Let the contest begin, Odin's voice boomed, and with those words, everything shifted. The moment hung suspended between dread and hope, and I felt the world holding its breath, teetering on the edge of chaos. And in that moment, I knew, this was just the beginning. In the heart of the mountains, where shadows stretched long like fingers grasping at a fading twilight, the earth trembled. A thunderous roar echoed through the valleys, a sound not of nature but of creation, a pulse of energy that vibrated through the very marrow of the world. It was the moment when the cosmos held its breath, teetering on the brink of something monumental. A forge, ancient and cruel, flickered alive with flame, revealing figures shrouded in desperation and determination. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat a drumroll of fate. Searcher, the fire giant, stood at the center of this chaotic ballet, his eyes dark as the void, reflecting the blaze. He was a titan of fury, and though he was forged in flames, something cold lingered beneath his skin. He believed in the power of destruction, yet he was haunted by the loss of his own kin. Each swing of his hammer against the anvil seemed to echo a sorrow that twisted deep within him, a bitter reminder of the heart he had to bury to become a god of chaos. "I remember the warmth of my brother's laugh," he whispered, almost lost in the rhythm of his work. Yet, the laugh was drowned out by the clang of steel. Creation was agony, it was a birth that demanded sacrifice. Beside him, Eitri, the master dwarf, sweat mingling with soot, carved his destiny into the very metal that would define an era. He was small in stature, yet grand in spirit, a firecracker of a being who wore his heart like armor. He bore the weight of the cosmos on his shoulders, the echoes of his ancestors urging him forward. "I remember the tales," he murmured, his voice a low growl, "the hammer of legends. It must be perfect." Each word was a promise and a plea, as if the very essence of the universe was listening, judging his every choice. But the forge was not merely a place of creation, it was a crucible of conflict. The tension between Searcher and Eitri simmered like molten metal, ready to erupt. Each strike of the hammer hammered out not just the form of Mjölnir but a raw, anguishing struggle between destruction and creation. The fire giant's rage was a tempest, while Eitri's heart wept for a world crushed underfoot. They were two sides of the same coin, spiraling toward a collapse that felt inevitable. In the end, Eitri panted, "It's not just a weapon. It's hope. It's all we have." His words hung in the air like smoke, mingling with the heat, wrapping around Searcher, taunting him, igniting a flicker of something deep within the giant. Hope? What did hope mean to a being made to burn? And yet, there was something electric about the anticipation in the forge. The clamor of an impending storm loomed outside, clouds roiling in a sky bruised by despair. The hammer was becoming more than metal, it was a vessel of emotions, an embodiment of their inner turmoils. With every careful strike, it gained weight, not just in iron but in consequence. Suddenly, the flames danced wildly, licking at the air with a ferocity that mirrored their creator's unrest. A flicker of doubt passed through Searcher. "What if I can't control it?" he roared, voice laced with uncertainty, each syllable like a dagger aimed at the very heart of the universe. "What if this power destroys me?" Eitri's gaze pierced through the wrathful aura. "You must choose, Searcher. You can be the destroyer, or you can be the protector." The words were a lifeline thrown into a raging sea. "But whatever you do, remember that we forge not just a weapon, but our fates." In that moment, as time seemed to stretch infinitely, they stood on the precipice of a decision. The hammer, their creation, pulsed with energy, a heartbeat of its own. It was alive, and it wanted to be wielded, wanted to feel the pulse of both destruction and creation coursing through it. The air was thick with a promise that shimmered like a mirage, tantalizing yet elusive. Eitri's hands moved deftly, guiding the molten metal as though it were a living creature. The craftsmanship was exquisite, but each swirl and etch bore the weight of their fears and dreams. It was an unspoken pact, a testament to human fragility and resilience. I remember the stories of Mjölnir," he said softly, the words slipping out like fragile butterflies. "The legends live in us, Searcher." And then, the moment shattered like glass. There was a blinding flash, a roar that swallowed the world whole. The hammer, Mjölnir, was born amidst the cacophony, a force of nature that would shape destinies. It glimmered, an extension of their souls, a reflection of all they'd sacrificed. In that instant, hope and despair intertwined, an unbreakable bond that would echo through the ages. As Searcher and Eitri stood before their creation, they knew the storm outside was nothing compared to the tempest within. They had forged a weapon of unimaginable power, but at what cost? The air hummed with a duality that echoed their own turmoil, a haunting reminder that to wield such power was to embrace both the light and the shadows that danced within their souls. For as long as Mjölnir existed, so too would the struggle between creation and destruction, a never-ending cycle that promised neither peace nor resolution. The hammer thrummed with the weight of their choices, and every strike of fate would resonate through time, long after they were gone. In that moment, their fates were sealed, bound to this hammer that would reverberate through legends, a testament to the heartache and hope of its creators. And as the tempest raged on, the forge stood silent, a monument to the birth of Mjölnir, where creation met chaos, and destinies intertwined, forever spinning in an unbroken cycle. The thunderous roar of Mjölnir slicing through the air was like a heartbeat, powerful and unyielding, echoing across the storm-laden sky. I stood there, drenched in rain, the cold seeping into my bones, as if the very essence of the storm was clawing at the fabric of my soul. Lightning danced in wild frenzy, illuminating the chaos around me, a chaotic symphony of nature's fury. And there, in the center of it all, was Thor, his eyes like twin storms, crackling with intensity, his grip around the hammer unshakable. I remember the weight of expectation in that moment. I was not only watching a god, but I was caught in the web of legends woven through history, each thread tugging at my heart. My pulse quickened. I wasn't there just to witness greatness, no, I was there to confront my own demons, to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods and beg for their mercy. Ilara stood beside me, her resolve faltering like the flickering light in a dying candle. Her hands trembled, not from fear alone but from an unholy mixture of awe and desperation. She had once believed in the strength of Mjölnir, the hammer that could crush mountains, turn the tide of battles, and protect the innocent. But now, in the eye of the tempest, she doubted its potency. "What if it doesn't work?" she whispered, her voice barely cutting through the cacophony of the storm. I could feel the despair in her words, a shadow creeping into the very marrow of my bones. I reached for her, a simple gesture, yet it trembled with the weight of our shared history. "Ilara, it's more than just a weapon," I pleaded, my voice raw. "It symbolizes strength, protection, and fertility. It binds us to our roots, to the promise of new beginnings." We were hanging by a thread, hope slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. Yet, as the thunder rolled above us, I questioned my own convictions. Had Mjölnir ever held power beyond the stories? Was the strength it represented a mere illusion, a flicker of light in the darkness? I swallowed hard, grappling with the notion that the very essence of our belief might crumble like the ancient stones of the temples we revered. Then there was Astrid, her face a mask of determination, standing like a warrior ready for battle. "We cannot let fear defeat us, not now, not ever," she declared, her voice soaring above the tempest. Her conviction was a beacon, a light piercing through the chaos. But I saw the tremors in her hands, the way her eyes darted to the shadows, as if they were waiting to consume her whole. I knew her heart pulsed with a fear deeper than mine, a haunting echo of loss that had taken her family, her dreams, her sense of safety. I remember when my mother told me stories of Mjölnir, she continued, her words weaving a fragile tapestry of memories. How it was forged in the heart of a dying star, she breathed, her eyes glistening with tears. It was our shield and sword, the promise of protection against the chaos of the world. But what happens when that protection fails? The storm roared in answer, and I felt it, the chilling realization that even gods could falter. Mjölnir was more than a weapon, it was a symbol of everything we held dear. Yet, in that moment of despair, with each flash of lightning illuminating our darkest fears, I understood that its power lay not in the hammer itself but in the unyielding spirit of those who wielded it. Ilara stepped forward, her breath hitching in her throat. "What if we don't just wield it?" she asked, her eyes fierce with newfound determination. "What if we become it?" Strength isn't just about power, it's about resilience, about nurturing what we love, even in the face of despair. I felt a spark ignite within me, a flicker of the fierce flames of belief that had long been extinguished. The hammer, heavy as it was, became a mere extension of our will, a reflection of our vulnerability. It was the lifeblood of our existence, the roots of hope and the branches of our dreams reaching for the stars. "Think of the earth," I urged, embodying the urgency of the moment. "When it's battered and bruised, it doesn't wither, it finds a way to grow, to push through the darkness. Mjölnir is that force, it carries the weight of our ancestors, their struggles, their triumphs, and their undying belief in life." A stillness fell over us, as if we were caught in the eye of the storm, suspended between despair and hope. The clouds roiled above, a reflection of our own inner turmoil. I could feel the weight of history, the countless battles fought and lost, the echoes of laughter and sorrow, blending into a symphony that reverberated through time. Astrid clenched her fists, and for a moment, I saw the warrior within her emerge, raw and vulnerable, her heart laid bare. "We are not just fighting for ourselves," she shouted, her voice a clarion call slicing through the darkness. "We carry the hopes of generations. We are the embodiment of strength, of protection, of fertility. This is our inheritance." The air thickened with purpose. I took a deep breath, steeling myself against the coming storm, against the chaos that threatened to consume us. In that moment, I realized we were not alone. The weight of our shared pain transformed into an unbreakable bond, a defiance that rippled through the storm. The hammer, the storm, the unyielding spirit of the earth, it was all intertwined, a dance of chaos and creation, of despair and rebirth. I felt the pulse of the cosmos beneath my skin, a reminder that even in our darkest moments, life finds a way to flourish. And as we stood together, we were more than just frightened souls grasping at the shadows. We were warriors, ready not only to fight the storm but to embrace it, to wield the very essence of Mjölnir, an unbreakable spirit, a force of nature, a promise of life against the backdrop of death. The storm raged on, but so did we, the echoes of our resolve soaring like the thunder above, intertwining with the very fabric of the universe. The darkness whispered, but we would not listen. We would stand firm. We would become the storm. Lightning cracked across an ink-black sky, illuminating the jagged cliffs of Asgard like a fever dream. I stood at the edge, heart racing, breath catching in my throat, the scent of rain-soaked earth mingling with the metallic tang of impending doom. This was not just a storm brewing, it was a tempest of fate, a symphony of chaos unfolding, and I was caught in the eye of it. Thor, the thunder god, my brother, struggled against the weight of his own legacy. He stood firm, Mjölnir gripped tightly in his hand, muscles tensed like iron chains ready to snap. I could see the conflict etched across his face, shadows dancing in the corners of his eyes. He was the protector of Asgard, yet today, it felt as if he was the one being hunted. His brow furrowed, worry gnawing at him like a ravenous beast. He was meant to be our beacon, a wall of strength, but doubt wrapped around his heart like a creeping vine, squeezing until he could barely breathe. I remember the sun-soaked days when laughter rang through the halls, when we would spar until the sun dipped below the horizon, our camaraderie pure and untainted. But now, the air vibrated with tension, heavy as a blacksmith's hammer, each heartbeat echoing a question: would he be enough this time? Beside him, Sif stood like a warrior goddess, her golden hair a radiant wildfire against the darkening clouds. Her eyes, usually bright with fierce determination, were now pools of uncertainty. She had always been the fire that ignited Thor's spirit, but today, she seemed lost in the shadows of what should have been. A rift formed between them, unspoken words hanging like cobwebs in the air, fragile yet suffocating. "You must believe," I whispered, though even I questioned my own conviction. "Believe." Thor's voice, a thunderous roar, shattered the silence. What is belief when the end looms closer? I could see the pain laced with anger beneath his bravado, a storm brewing inside him, mirroring the one outside. His hands trembled, not from fear of battle but from the weight of expectation, the unbearable burden of a protector who felt as if he was failing. I remember the stories told around fires, legends of gods who never faltered, never wavered. Heroes were built on the backs of flawless victories. But those tales never spoke of vulnerability, the crippling fear of loss. What if this was the moment when all that was good crumbled? What if the shadows creeping toward us were insurmountable? Sif stepped forward, her voice a whisper against the howling wind. "Thor, you are more than just strength. You are heart. You are hope." Her words wrapped around him like a warm embrace, igniting a flicker in his steely gaze. But her faith felt like a fragile thread, easily severed by the weight of despair. "We cannot face this alone. We must stand united." I wanted to reach out, to grasp her hand and infuse her with the unyielding belief that we weren't just gods, but a family. But my heart was seized with doubt. Anguish clawed at my insides as I realized how much we needed each other, yet how far apart we felt. Time's relentless march pressed down on us, every second ticking like a clock counting down to our demise. Then came the sound, a chorus of growls, deep and resonant, echoing like a funeral dirge through the valley. Dark figures emerged from the swirling shadows, monstrous and grotesque, the very embodiment of nightmares. The frost giants marched forward, their icy breath visible in the air. They were relentless, hungry for destruction, and we were all that stood between them and the sanctity of Asgard. Thor's jaw clenched. I could see the battle within him, fear wrestling with bravery, despair against defiance. "I am Thor," he shouted, voice booming like thunder in the tempest. "I will protect our home, my family, my people." And yet, with each word, I could feel the tremor of uncertainty beneath. What if he couldn't? Sif's hand found Thor's, a lifeline amidst the chaos swirling around us. Together, she urged, her voice the balm to his fraying edges. I saw Thor's eyes soften, the flicker of hope igniting a fire within. The world outside faded for that heartbeat, and in that moment, I felt the connection between them, a tangible thread woven from the fabric of their shared fears and dreams. But the moment shattered as the frost giants lunged, hulking forms cloaked in shadows. The air thickened with tension, electricity crackling around us. We were no longer just gods, we were a family, standing on the precipice of oblivion, bound by love and fear alike. I remember a time when laughter filled our days, when battles were fought for glory, not survival. But now, we stood on the brink, and the stakes had never felt higher. With every clash of weapons, every roar of defiance, I felt the weight of our choices, the choices that had led us to this moment. We are not just protectors, I thought, desperation coursing through my veins. We are each other's salvation. As the raised Mjölnir, the storm responded, lightning cascading from the heavens, illuminating the battlefield in an ethereal glow. Each swing of his hammer resonated like a heartbeat, echoing through the fabric of existence, and I could see the determination etched into his features, the realization dawning that belief was not just a feeling, it was a choice, a relentless march into the fray. I stood at his side, heart pounding, knowing we were not just fighting for Asgard, we were fighting for each other. Sif, Thor, and I, woven together in a dance of destiny, a ferocious will to survive. The battle would rage on, shadows clashing against light, and even as uncertainty hung heavy over us like a shroud, I felt something shift, a dawning realization that love was our greatest weapon. The storm raged around us, the night deepening, but as we stood together, I understood that our story was far from over. It was only just beginning, a relentless cycle of struggle and hope, a testament to our unyielding spirits. The world may have been dark, but in that moment, we were alive, ready to fight, ready to protect, ready to become legends anew. The air crackled with an energy that tasted like fire on the tongue, a prelude to chaos that twisted the heart. I stood at the precipice, each breath a ragged gasp, the familiar weight of Mjölnir resting at my side. It was not just a weapon, it was an extension of my very essence, a heartbeat echoing with my pulse. The giants were coming, monstrous shadows rising against the horizon, each step a tremor that rattled the bones of the earth. I remember the first time I faced one of them. The ground shook, a roar that threatened to split the sky, and I felt my heart race as if it were a wild beast seeking freedom. Their eyes glinted with malice, pits of darkness that swallowed the light, and I could hear their laughter, a grotesque symphony that clawed at my sanity. I gripped Mjölnir tighter, feeling the cold metal bite into my palm, grounding me in the chaos. "Come!" I shouted, though a whisper of doubt gnawed at me beneath my bravado. The air was thick with the scent of rain and a promise of blood. Yet, it was not merely the giants I battled. There was Loki, standing at the fringes, a shadow draped in mischief and treachery. I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of uncertainty masked by a smirk, a dangerous game was unfolding. "Help me, brother," I implored him, the words hot and raw, a desperate plea that hung between us like a noose. I wondered if he would turn away yet again or if, against the odds, he might choose loyalty over deceit. But the giants advanced, colossal figures with skin like stone, and the ground beneath us became a battlefield of thunder. I could taste the tension in the air, thick and metallic, as I raised Mjölnir high, the true power coursing through me. It felt alive, a tempest ready to be unleashed. The first swing cracked through the air, a sound that reverberated like a heartbeat of the cosmos. It connected with the skull of the nearest giant, splintering bone, sending a shockwave that resonated deep in my chest. There was an exhilaration in that moment, a rush of victory that soared through my veins, yet it was fleeting, like the last breath of a dying star. With each swing, the weight of my choices loomed over me. Who was I to be the god of thunder? I could feel the ghosts of my past echoing in that moment, memories of battles won and lost, the faces of those who had fallen haunting me. I remembered the laughter that once filled the hall of Asgard, the warmth of camaraderie, the feeling of invincibility. Yet here I was, blood-stained and weary, fighting not only for survival but for my very soul. The giants roared, a cacophony that drowned out reason, and I charged forward, feeling the ground tremble beneath my feet. Each step was a defiance, a reclaiming of my identity, yet I sensed Loki behind me, lingering like a shadow, his betrayal a ghostly whisper. "You can't do this alone," he called out, a taunt mingled with concern. I wanted to scream, to tell him that I needed him, but the words died in my throat, choked by the weight of our shared history. Trust was a fragile thread, and I didn't know if I could risk it again. The battle raged on, my muscles ached, and Mjölnir became an extension of my will, whirling through the air with a life of its own. I could feel the pulse of my heart in the rhythm of the fight, each blow a declaration, each roar a reminder of what was at stake. I could see it in the eyes of the giants, their fury igniting a primal fear within me, a fear that clawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. And yet, amidst the chaos, amidst the pain, there was a flicker, a memory of warmth, of moments where laughter echoed through the halls, of the gentle touch of a friend when I faltered. And then, I saw her, the embodiment of grace and strength, Sif. She fought beside me, her fierce spirit igniting a fire within. Each swing of her sword was a dance with destiny, a reminder of what we fought for. I could see the determination etched on her face, the way her eyes blazed with the thirst for justice, and in that instant, I remembered. I remembered the nights we spent under the stars, sharing dreams and fears, where our hearts beat as one, where the world felt whole. "Stay with me!" I shouted, and for a moment, the echo of my words hung in the air, a tether binding us together against the oncoming storm. But the giants pressed on, relentless, and I felt the weight of despair creeping in, like a dark fog swallowing the light. And then, the greatest of them all emerged, towering and fierce, a mountain come to life. My heart thudded painfully in my chest, a drumbeat of dread. This was the moment when everything would shatter or be reforged. I raised Mjölnir, breathing deeply, feeling the storm within me swell, a tempest of rage and hope intertwined. Together, I whispered, a silent prayer to the cosmos, to the spirits of the past, to every ounce of strength within us. And then I charged, an embodiment of thunder and lightning, crashing toward the giant with Sif at my side. The ground shook with each step, and the heavens seemed to pause, holding its breath, waiting for the collision of fate. With one final swing, I unleashed the full power of Mjölnir, a flash of light that burned through the darkness, a roar that echoed across the mountains. The impact was visceral, a heartbeat that resonated through the bones of the world. And in that moment, amidst the chaos and fury, I felt it, a connection, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, we are never truly alone. But as the dust settled, the silence hung heavy in the air, a promise of what was to come. I could feel the weight of loss, of uncertainty, and I knew this battle was far from over. The echoes of the clash lingered, shadows dancing on the edge of my vision, a reminder that giants were not just flesh and bone. They were the fears we carried, the doubts we nurtured, the treachery that lurked in corners, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. And so, I stood there, heart racing, breath labored, knowing deep within that the fight was just beginning. The question loomed, would I stand alone, or would the bonds of loyalty and love hold me fast against the darkness? Each heartbeat was a reminder that the sky may fall, that the giants may rise again, but so long as Mjölnir was in my grasp, the battle for our souls would rage on. The air was thick with tension, a silence so profound it felt like a scream waiting to escape. The echoes of a hammer rang through the cold stone chamber, each strike reverberating like a heartbeat in the dark. I stood there, breath held tight in my throat, watching as the ancient tool descended onto the altar, a ritual so familiar yet so terrifying, it clawed at the edges of reason. The flickering light of candles cast elongated shadows, crawling across the walls like dark fingers, reaching, longing. Anna was there, her eyes wide, reflecting a blend of fear and determination as she clutched a fraying piece of parchment, the last will of her father, the high priest. I could see her trembling hands, the way they betrayed her confidence, and it struck me how fragile strength can be when faced with destiny. "We have to do this," she whispered, voice wavering, as if the weight of the world was teetering on the edge of her words. Next to her stood Elias, his brow furrowed in doubt, the unyielding flicker of defiance flickering behind his eyes. The hammer was meant for blood, her blood, offered to appease the gods who had long turned their backs on this forsaken place. "This isn't the way," he said, his voice raw, a plea for both her and his own salvation. Each syllable hung in the air like a ghost, haunting us, a reminder that in our pursuit of faith, we had lost sight of humanity. "Not the way." Anna shot back, fire igniting in her voice like a match struck in the dark. "What other way is there? Are we to let this village rot in despair?" The desperation wrapped around her words, tightening like a noose. I felt the tension rise, an electric current coursing through the air, two souls on a precipice, pushing against each other, the stakes growing larger with every heartbeat. The hammer glinted ominously under the candlelight, a sinister promise of what was to come. It was a relic of a time when gods demanded sacrifice, when blood was currency in a world that had long forgotten the meaning of mercy. I remembered the stories, the sickly sweet scent of burning offerings, the wails of the forsaken echoing across the mountains, the laughter of the priests as they danced in circles, cloaked in the shadows of their own making. "I remember," I murmured, almost to myself, "when faith was a comfort." Elias stepped closer to Anna, desperation fueling his resolve. "We can find another way," he insisted, searching her eyes for a flicker of hope. "We can leave this place behind. We can go where the sun rises and the gods don't demand a toll." His hands reached out, as if to pull her back from the brink, but the chasm between them was wider than any river, deeper than any well. But Anna could see the truth that loomed over us like a storm cloud, a truth that had haunted her since the day her father had fallen to the ground, clutching his chest, eyes wide in terror. "You don't understand," she cried, voice breaking. "I'm the last. This is my duty. Do you think I want this? Do you think I harbor some twisted desire to spill blood?" Tears streamed down her cheeks, tracing paths of anguish. "But if I don't, they'll come for everyone I love." In that moment, time stretched, warped into something grotesque and surreal. I could feel the weight of the universe pressing down on us, the cosmic dance of stars whispering secrets only the night could hold. The shadows seemed to listen, hungry for the sacrifice that lay ahead, and even the walls appeared to lean in, straining to hear the outcome of this tragic play. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that had gripped us all, but I was frozen. The hammer felt like an extension of my own heartbeat, each strike a pulse of dread that echoed in the marrow of my bones. I remember when the night was safe, I thought, when the whispers of the past didn't gnaw at the edges of my sanity. Elias shifted, the weight of his love for Anna like a chain dragging him down. "If you go through with this, you'll never forgive yourself," he warned, each word a desperate plea. "You'll be nothing more than a pawn in this twisted game." But even as he spoke, a part of him understood that some choices are made long before the moment arrives, that fate has a way of binding us to our destinies with invisible threads. A clock ticked somewhere in the shadows, each chime a reminder that time was slipping away. The air grew colder, and I could almost taste the fear rising, thick and acrid. I remembered the last time we shared laughter, the sound of our voices mingling under the starlit sky, dreams woven from the fabric of hope. Now, it felt like a mocking echo, a song silenced by the realities of our choices. "Please," Anna whispered now, voice trembling, "don't make me do this alone." The desperation clawed at my insides, a visceral pang that felt like betrayal. The bond between them strained like a taut wire, love fighting against duty, and I couldn't help but wonder, was love a weapon or a shield? The hammer rose again, a slow, deliberate motion, and for a moment, the world held its breath. I could almost see the threads of fate weaving tighter around us, the tapestry of our lives entwined in a pattern that promised only sorrow. I remember the stories. I spoke again, my voice barely above a whisper, and the gods don't save the willing. Then the chamber shuddered, the air thickening with something otherworldly. Shadows flickered more violently now, as if alive, and I could feel the walls pulse with anticipation, ready to swallow us whole. The hammer hovered, suspended like a question that had no answer, and in that heartbeat, everything changed. The choice lay before us, jagged and cruel, and I could sense the impending doom lurking just outside the flickering candlelight. We were all so very human, caught in a web of despair, our fears and hopes colliding like stars in a cataclysm. The tension snapped like a bowstring, and in that moment, I knew, whatever came next, we would never be the same. The ritual was upon us, and the hammer was the echo of our choices, the embodiment of what it meant to be caught between love and sacrifice, between faith and the abyss. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful wail that echoed the cries of the fallen. In the flickering light of torches, shadows danced like restless souls, caught between the realms of the living and the dead. I found myself in the heart of battle, where the air was thick with the scent of iron, blood, and the bitter taste of fear. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a relentless reminder of what was at stake: life, death, and the weight of a legacy that felt both a privilege and a curse. "Hold the line!" Astrid shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. She was a Valkyrie, fierce and unyielding, with eyes like storm clouds, threatening to unleash their fury. Every swing of her sword sent ripples of energy coursing through the ranks, her presence a beacon in the dark. Yet, beneath her bravado, I sensed the tremors of doubt, a crack in her armor that threatened to swallow her whole. She was alive in the moment, but I could see the ghosts of her past flickering in her gaze, haunting her. I remember the day she told me about her first flight across the battlefield, the exhilaration mingling with terror. She had chosen to embrace her fate, to take on the mantle of a Valkyrie, a choice that felt heavy, like lifting a mountain. But now, with enemies closing in, I could see the weight of that choice pressing down on her shoulders. "Why do we do this?" I heard her whisper, almost lost in the din. It was a question that hung in the air, unsettling and raw. Why must we choose who lives and who dies? Beside her, Freya stood with her shield raised, the emblem of Mjölnir emblazoned across its surface, a symbol of strength and protection. Freya, the silent warrior, had always been the rock, the one who held us together, but today, the cracks were visible. I could see the tremor in her hands, the barely suppressed fear etched across her face. The weight of Mjölnir felt both a blessing and a burden, an inheritance that twisted within her soul. "We are not gods," she murmured, her voice laced with a fierce vulnerability. "We are chosen. But what if we are wrong?" Her words struck me like lightning, an electric pulse that sent chills down my spine. I could almost hear the distant thunder of hammers forging destinies, molding the very fabric of our existence. The connection between the Valkyries and Mjölnir was a tangled web of glory and despair, a legacy that demanded sacrifice, often at the cost of our very souls. I felt the weight of it, suffocating and intoxicating. "Fight!" Astrid's voice rang out again, fierce as a tempest. She was a force of nature, but I could see the storm brewing within her, threatening to consume her from the inside. We charged forward, the clashing of steel filling the air like an unholy symphony, but even in the heat of battle, her heart was far away. I remember, she breathed, as if summoning the spirits of warriors long gone, a time when this was just a dream. In that moment, I was struck by the absurdity of it all. Here we were, battling for honor, for a cause that had long since lost its meaning. I chuckled to myself, absurd, really, to fight for a glory that felt so distant, so unattainable. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy, I thought, a bitter humor clinging to my heart like smoke. The irony was palpable, a cruel jest from the gods, mocking our struggles as we waded through the muck of our choices. But the laughter faded quickly as an enemy surged forward, and the world narrowed to a single point of focus: the clash, the blood, the echoes of breath escaping in gasps and cries. In the midst of the chaos, I could see Astrid and Freya locked in their own battles, wrestling with more than just the enemy before them. They were fighting the very essence of who they were, grappling with the consequences of their choices, torn between duty and desire. Why must we choose? Astrid's voice, now a desperate plea, echoed in my mind as she took down yet another foe, her movements fluid yet jagged, like a blade that had seen too much. Each life taken weighed heavily on her heart, an anchor dragging her into the depths of despair. Why must we be the arbiters of fate? And Freya, with every parry and thrust, echoed the sentiment, a fierce warrior but a heart breaking under the weight of responsibility. I remember, her voice rang out, but I could tell she was not recalling a victory. No, she was mourning the loss of innocence, the loss of choice. The battlefield was no longer a place of glory but a graveyard of unfulfilled dreams. A flicker of light caught my eye. Was it hope or despair? In that moment, the air shifted as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for the outcome of not just this battle, but the war within each of us. Astrid and Freya, two Valkyries bound by fate yet divided by fear, stood at the precipice of their truths, their connection to Mjölnir both a blessing and a curse. Would they choose to embrace their power, or would the shadows of doubt consume them whole? Time seemed to slow, each heartbeat reverberating like the strike of a hammer on an anvil. I was caught in the swell of it all, feelings undulating like the tide, fear, anger, the ache of longing for a simpler time. I reached out, wanting to anchor them, to remind them of their strength, but the moment shattered, and the battle raged on, unforgiving and relentless. Fight! Live! I screamed, but my voice was lost to the chaos. The moment stretched, unraveling like a thread, the fates of our lives hanging in the balance. In the dance of blades and the shroud of darkness, the Valkyries faced not just the enemy before them but the haunting echoes of their own doubts, the eternal question of what it truly meant to wield power. I remember the silence that followed, the air thick with uncertainty, as if the universe itself waited for the Valkyries to choose. Would they take up the mantle of destiny, or would they falter in the face of what they feared most, their own hearts? And in that uncertainty, they stood poised, the weight of their legacy pressing down, yet shimmering with the possibility of transformation. The battle was not just for the fallen, it was for themselves, a silent war echoing across the centuries. Time ticked heavily on, each beat a reminder that the choice was theirs alone. And as the storm raged on, I felt it, the pulse of history, the breath of the cosmos, and the chilling realization that this was only the beginning. Onward, into the abyss, the Valkyries would fight, tethered to the echoes of Mjölnir, driven by the fierce fire of their hearts, and in the heart of battle, the shadows whispered promises of a destiny yet to unfold. The howl of wind clawed through the frozen air, a mournful wail that echoed the uncertainty in Thor's heart. He stood at the jagged precipice, cliffs rising like ancient teeth, their tips lost in an angry sky. Lightning flickered, illuminating his broad shoulders, casting long shadows that danced like the souls of the damned. In that moment, he felt the weight of the world upon him, a burden that twisted his gut and made his fingers tremble around Mjölnir, the hammer that had become an extension of his very being. I remember the chill, how it seeped into my bones, a reminder that danger lurked just beyond the veil of snow. Each breath turned to mist, swirling with the ghosts of fallen warriors. I stood beside him, his unwavering friend, Loki ever the trickster, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of something deeper, a fear that could choke the bravest heart. We were bound by fate, though I often wondered if we were allies or pawns in a game too grand for mortals. Thunder rumbled overhead, a dark symphony of chaos, and as we plunged into the depths of Jotunheim, the realm of giants, I could almost taste the metal tang of fear on my tongue. The icy ground crunched underfoot, a cacophony that shattered the eerie silence. Each step was a drumbeat, echoing in my ears like the ticking of a clock counting down to our doom. The giants were waiting, massive figures looming like shadows in the twilight, their laughter rolled through the air, a grotesque harmony that sent shivers crawling beneath my skin. They were not merely creatures of myth, they were embodiments of the chaos in my heart. I could see it in Thor's clenched jaw, the flicker of doubt behind his fierce blue eyes. The giants were the physical manifestation of the obstacles we faced, not just in this battle, but within our very souls. "Stay close, Loki," Thor's voice rumbled, but I could hear the tremor, the uncertainty that belied his bravado. "Do not wander off, you know what they say about straying from the path." A haunted look crossed his face, a memory of battles fought and friends lost. I remember the warmth of camaraderie, yet it felt like a fraying thread, straining against the inevitable. "I won't abandon you, brother," I assured, but my words felt hollow beneath the weight of the moment. It's strange how fear can twist friendships into knots, how the promise of safety can fray at the edges when faced with the monstrous unknown. As we entered the heart of Jotunheim, the air thickened with anticipation. The giants loomed overhead, each a mountain of flesh and fury, their gnarled hands like tree trunks poised to crush. I felt the cold seep deeper, wrapping around my heart. Thor's muscles tensed, a coiled spring ready to unleash its wrath. Yet even as I watched him, I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the question unspoken, would he be enough? And then, there it was, a deafening roar that shattered the stillness. A giant emerged from the shadows, his face a mask of rage and mockery, eyes glinting like shards of ice. "A god and his fool," he bellowed, laughter rumbling like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath us. "What brings you to my domain? Have you come to play or to perish?" With every syllable, the air thickened, heavy with the scent of impending violence. My heart raced, a frantic drumbeat, as I braced myself for the onslaught. Thor stepped forward, the storm within him rising. "We seek Mjölnir, stolen by your kin. Return it, or face the wrath of Asgard." His voice was a storm, fierce and unyielding, but beneath it, I sensed a thread of desperation, the weight of his own vulnerability laid bare. "You think you can demand anything from me?" the giant sneered, the ground trembling beneath his feet. "You are but a flash of lightning against the endless night." In that moment, I saw it, the flicker of fear that ignited within Thor, the question that haunted him like a spectre: was he truly a god, or merely a man with a hammer? The irony was suffocating. A trickster and a warrior, both lost in the shadowy depths of what they were meant to be. I reached out, clutching his arm, grounding him, though I too felt the tremors of doubt. "Thor," I whispered, my voice cutting through the din, "remember who you are. You are more than blood and bone, you are hope. You carry the weight of Asgard on your shoulders." He looked down at me, those fierce blue eyes softening, pain and determination clashing like storms. In that fleeting moment, I understood, we were not just fighting for a hammer, we were fighting for our own identities, for the right to claim our places among gods and men. The giant lunged, a blur of motion and malice, and with a roar that shook the very foundations of the world, Thor unleashed Mjölnir. Time slowed. I could see the hammer arcing through the air, a silver streak against the darkening sky, and as it struck true, a blinding light erupted. I shielded my eyes, but the sound was deafening, a crack that split the heavens. As the dust settled, I saw the giant, reeling back, fury twisting his features into something grotesque. But there was no time to breathe, no pause to reflect, the fight was far from over. We were not just battling giants, we were wrestling with our own demons, the shadows of our past looming over us, whispering doubts that threatened to unravel us. The battle raged on, each clash echoing the turmoil in our souls, every swing of the hammer a dance with destiny. And I realized, in the chaos, the true fight was not for victory, but for understanding, for the right to stand tall against the storm and declare, "I am here." As we pressed on, I felt the world shift around us, the icy breath of Jotunheim seeping into our bones, the ghosts of our choices trailing behind. A new horizon beckoned, dark and foreboding, yet filled with the promise of redemption. The giants were not mere obstacles, they were reflections of ourselves, and as we faced them, we faced the unrelenting truth of who we were meant to become. I remember the thunder of our hearts, the relentless beat of courage against fear. And as the battle raged on, I knew this was just the beginning, an echo of something greater, a tale woven into the very fabric of existence. The ground trembles like a beast awakening after a long slumber, the air thick with the acrid scent of ash and smoke. I stand there, heart pounding, as the skies above churn with a malevolent darkness, clouds swirling like a tempestuous sea. The horizon splits open, revealing a vision that haunts my very soul, a flicker of flames, the cries of the fallen, and in the center of it all, that ominous silhouette, Mjölnir, the hammer of Thor. It looms larger than life, its presence a cold reminder of the chaos to come. I remember the stories they told, the prophecies whispered in hushed tones around flickering campfires. Ragnarok, they said, the end of all things. But nothing prepares you for the visceral reality of it. I see Freya, her eyes wide with fear, fingers trembling as she clutches a pendant against her chest, the token of her lost love. She's caught between the past and the impending doom, a fragile thread tugged taut. "What if we can't stop it?" she whispers, her voice trembling like leaves quaking in an autumn gale. The weight of her question hangs in the air, a spectre more real than the chaos around us. "Stop it!" I scoff, but my voice falters, betraying the terror that gnaws at my insides. How do you stop a prophecy written in blood and fire? I remember the first time I heard the tales of Thor, how he wielded Mjölnir with the fury of 1,000 storms, how it protected us from the giants that sought to devour our world. But now, that hammer feels like a cruel joke, a weapon forged not to save but to annihilate. In the distance, I see Loki, his laughter a haunting echo above the cacophony, a serpent weaving through chaos. His eyes glint with mischief, yet beneath that facade, a flicker of desperation. He knows what is at stake. But what if we could rewrite the end? He taunts, stepping lightly as if the ground beneath him is a game board. What if we could turn the tide? His words ripple through the darkness, a dark promise laced with an unsettling hope. I can feel Freya's gaze shift from me to him, uncertainty brewing like a storm. You? Rewrite the end? You're a jester in a world of warriors. The words spill from my lips, fueled by a mix of fear and anger. And yet, deep down, a flicker of longing stirs, the wish to believe that maybe, just maybe, there's a path through the fire. As thunder rumbles, I remember my father's stories, the tales of blood-soaked fields, warriors rising to meet their end with courage and fury. But what did courage matter when the very fabric of existence unraveled like a threadbare tapestry? I look at Freya, the shroud of despair settling over her shoulders. What if we fail? She murmurs, the question hanging heavily between us, a weight that threatens to crush our spirits. The night grows darker, shadows stretching and twisting, whispering promises of despair. I can feel the pulse of time, every heartbeat a reminder that we are racing against the clock. We can't think like that, I say, though my voice shakes. We have to fight. My own words feel hollow, a desperate plea echoing against the impending storm. With a flick of his wrist, Loki conjures a shadow, an image of Mjölnir soaring through the air, striking down giants, splitting the sky. Every weapon has its purpose, it's how you use it that matters, he declares, a dark grin twisting across his face. And I'm not one to shy away from a little chaos. The ground quakes beneath us, and suddenly the air is electric, charged with a fury that ignites our very souls. I hear the distant roar of beasts and the clash of steel, the symphony of battle calling to us, a primal instinct rising within. I remember the first time I held a sword, I confess, my voice barely a whisper amid the chaos. The weight felt like a promise, like I could change the world. Freya steps closer, her eyes fierce, igniting a fire within me. Then let's change it. Together. Her words are a lifeline, a thread woven through the despair wrapping around our hearts. In that moment, I see her not just as a warrior but as a beacon, a reminder that even in darkness, hope flickers like a dying ember, begging for breath. The sound of Mjölnir echoes through the storm, a heartbeat of thunder that intertwines with our own. It's not just a hammer, I realize, the weight of understanding crashing into me. It's a symbol of our fight, our defiance against the inevitable. We stand together, Freya and I, tethered by a shared resolve, while Loki dances around us, a chaotic whirlwind of laughter and shadows. The battlefield calls, and suddenly the air grows heavier, laden with the scent of iron and smoke, the stage set for the cataclysmic clash that looms ahead. I hear whispers, echoes of the past colliding with the present, memories swirling like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. I remember, I murmur, but the words dissolve into the chaos, swept away by the raging winds of fate. In the depths of the storm, I catch sight of Mjölnir, glinting with a fierce intensity, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. It's time, I breathe, the weight of every heartbeat echoing in my chest. The world hangs in the balance, and with it, our stories intertwine, each thread leading us toward an uncertain fate. As I grasp Freya's hand, and Loki's laughter rings out like a war cry, we step forward into the abyss. The storm swells, and the skies break open, ready to unleash their fury. We stand on the precipice, hearts racing, ready to confront the prophecy that binds us in chains of destiny. The hammer calls, a relentless echo of what's to come, urging us toward the clash of our lives. And in that moment, we choose to rise, against the tide of despair, against the weight of prophecy, against the very end of all things. The cold steel of Mjölnir caught the last flickers of twilight, a beacon among shadows, casting an eerie glow over the mist-laden village. I stood at the edge of the gathering, breath hitching in my throat as the crackling of the bonfire echoed like distant thunder. The air was thick, charged with anticipation, with the weight of unspoken fears hanging heavy. I could taste the salt from my own tears, mingling with the tang of smoke, as my heart pounded a relentless rhythm, a war drum calling forth memories of loss. Thor's hammer, they whispered, voices trembling. It brings both destruction and salvation. Each utterance hung like a noose, tightening around my chest. I turned to Freyja, her face illuminated by the flickering flames, eyes fierce yet haunted. She clutched a small, worn replica of Mjölnir, a talisman of protection, but it felt more like a shackle. The villagers had begun to chant, a low, haunting melody that stirred something primal within me. I'd heard that song before, a dirge that danced around the edges of my consciousness, beckoning forth the ghosts of our ancestors. Freyja's hand trembled, and I grasped it tightly, as if our fingers could weave together the fractured tapestry of our lives. "It's just a hammer," I murmured, though the words felt like lies. We both knew the truth. It was a symbol. A brutal, beautiful representation of our culture, our faith, and our fears. Everything we were hung in the balance of this moment. I remembered the stories, told in hushed tones by the fireside, of warriors who had wielded Mjölnir, their hands steady, eyes ablaze with glory. They didn't speak of the aftermath, the blood-soaked earth, the cries of the fallen. Each swing of that hammer resonated through time, echoing desperation and hope in equal measure. Thor was a god of thunder, yes, but he was also a reminder of our mortality, our vulnerability. How could such a simple object hold so much weight? And yet, here we were, drawn to it like moths to a flame. Freyja's voice broke through the haze of my thoughts. "Do you believe it can protect us?" Her words trembled, hanging in the air like the last leaf of autumn, ready to fall. The village was on edge, whispers of a raid had rippled through the night like a storm on the horizon. I felt the panic rise in my throat. Could we rely on a myth, a mere tool? I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that Mjölnir was more than a weapon, it was a promise. A promise of strength and unity, binding us together like the threads of a tapestry. "We have each other," I said, but even as the words left my lips, I felt the fissures in my own resolve. What if our togetherness crumbled under the weight of the impending attack? What if Mjölnir became a relic of our failure, rather than a shield against despair? Suddenly, a deafening roar split the night, a sound not unlike the fury of a tempest. The villagers froze, eyes wide, breath caught, as shadows loomed from the tree line. My heart thudded in my chest like a war drum, primal instincts kicking in. The raiders were upon us, and all we had were our bodies, our fear, and the echo of legends long past. "Freyja, we must run." The words tore from my lips, but she didn't move. "Do you hear them?" she whispered, the terror in her eyes replaced by a fierce defiance. "They think they can take our strength." Her grip tightened around Mjölnir, and in that moment, she transformed from a scared girl into a warrior. I watched as she stepped forward, the hammer raised high, silhouetted against the flames. Time slowed, and the world fell away. Her breath steadied, fierce and unyielding. I wanted to pull her back, to shield her from the pain that loomed, but something deeper held me there, and all that surged through my veins. She chanted, invoking the spirits of our ancestors, and I felt the weight of history press upon us. Mjölnir was not just a hammer, it was a conduit of power, a relic of our past. The villagers began to rally, inspired by her bravery, the chant swelling like a rising tide. I felt the fire within me ignite, rage transforming fear into something beautiful, something absolutely terrifying. Then they were upon us, a throng of shadows and fury, clashing against the very soul of our village. Mjölnir flew through the air like a comet, striking the first raider with a sickening crack. There was power in that moment, a raw, primal force that surged through my bones. I moved alongside Freyja, our spirits entwined, fighting not just for survival but for the very essence of who we were, what we believed in. But even as the battle raged, the ghosts of doubt clawed at my mind. Would this night become a grim chapter in our story? Would Mjölnir be remembered as a harbinger of our demise rather than our salvation? I caught a glimpse of Freyja, her eyes ablaze, and I saw not just defiance, but hope. We fought not just with our weapons but with every heartbeat, every breath, every whisper of our ancestors echoing through the fray. The chaos swirled around us, a cacophony of steel and screams, the stench of sweat and fear. I remembered the stories of the fallen, their sacrifices echoing in my mind like a waking dream. Each clash of metal brought forth a new wave of emotions, anger, sorrow, the fierce longing for a future. And then, just as the tide seemed to turn against us, I felt the surge of unity among our village, the shimmering bond of shared history that rallied around Mjölnir like a shield against the dark. But we were still on the precipice, the shadow of uncertainty looming like a storm cloud. Each moment felt suspended, an eternity of fear and hope battling for dominance. I reached for Freyja, our hands brushing, her strength flowed into me, and I began to believe. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a battle for our very souls. The night stretched on, crackling with intensity, and I knew in that very moment that the legacy of Mjölnir would not simply be written in victory or defeat. It would echo through the ages, woven into the very fabric of our existence, an eternal testament to our struggle, our love, and our unyielding spirit. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a harbinger of chaos, as I stood on the cliffs overlooking the raging sea. The skies, heavy with dark clouds, mirrored the tempest in my heart. My fingers brushed against the cool metal of Mjölnir, its weight a comforting reminder of my purpose. I felt the pulse of centuries in its craftsmanship, each groove a story, each crack a whisper from the past. My brother, Eirik, stood beside me, his breath coming in sharp gasps, eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. The villagers below screamed, a cacophony of desperation, their lives hanging by a thread, like the tattered banners flapping in the wind. "Are we ready?" he asked, knuckles white as he gripped his axe, a weapon that felt more like a burden in this moment. I could see the tremor in his hands, the flicker of doubt dancing in his eyes. Eirik was brave, but bravery could be a mask for fear. I remembered the stories our mother told, of warriors who wielded thunder and lightning, of gods who never faltered. But here, standing before the abyss of our fate, I felt far from divine. "I remember the last battle," I whispered, recalling the stench of blood, the cries of the dying. "I remember the way the sun set over the field, casting shadows that felt alive, as if the very earth wept for the fallen." My voice stirred something deep within me, igniting a fire that raged alongside the storm. "This time, we fight for them. For our family, for our home." The thunder clapped louder, a cruel mockery of our plight, as if the heavens themselves were laughing at our insignificance. Below, flames flickered to life, huts ablaze, the last remnants of our world consumed by chaos. Eirik's face twisted, a mask of helplessness. "They're coming. What do we do?" Panic clawed at him, and I could feel the weight of our lives pressing down upon us, squeezing the breath from my lungs. "Stand with me," I commanded, though I felt the tremor in my own voice. "We are warriors. We have Mjölnir." The symbol of protection, of a promise made to those who came before us, reverberated between us like a heartbeat. Yet, in that moment, I realized I was not just fighting for our people, I was fighting for my brother. For the bond that had been forged in the fires of childhood, now threatened by the shadows of our destiny. We descended the cliff, the ground beneath our feet trembling with each step, mirroring the chaos in our hearts. Eirik marched beside me, his resolve hardening, but I could see the conflict in his eyes. He had always envied the tales of glory, the songs sung in taverns, where heroes danced with the gods. But as we approached the village, I felt the weight of expectation pressing down like an iron shroud. What was glory without sacrifice? What was valor without fear? The enemy surged forward, a dark mass of shadow and malice, eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. In the midst of it all, a figure loomed larger than the rest, its presence a cold chill that settled deep within my bones. A warrior clad in black, wielding a blade that shimmered with malevolence, he felt like a specter, a nightmare given form. I could sense Eirik's heartbeat quicken beside me, a rhythm that echoed my own. "We fight together," I reminded him, placing a hand on his shoulder, grounding him in the moment. "No glory comes without the price of blood." I remembered my father's words, each syllable a weight that pressed against my chest. He had taught us the importance of unity, the strength found in shared resolve. We are more than just warriors, we are brothers. Together, we are unstoppable. The enemy charged, and time fractured around us. The clash of steel rang like thunder, the world narrowing to the sounds of fury, screams, and the fierce symphony of battle. I felt the adrenaline surge, my heart racing, each beat a drum calling me to fight. I swung Mjölnir, its divine weight morphing flesh and bone as it struck, the rush of victory mingling with the bitter taste of fear. But there was no time to savor the moment. The dark warrior moved with an uncanny grace, slipping through the chaos like a phantom. I caught glimpses of his face, pale, eyes like twin abysses, and a chill ran down my spine. This was not a foe to be trifled with. He fought with a ferocity that felt unnatural, as if the shadows themselves were his allies, clawing at the edges of my mind. Eirik was beside me, a blur of motion as he engaged another enemy, but I could sense the struggle within him. I knew he longed for glory, yet here he was, battling for survival. I could see it in the way he clutched his axe, the way he hesitated, searching for courage in a world filled with despair. "Eirik!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the chaos. "Find your strength. Fight for our home, for our family." With each clash, I felt the echoes of the past rise around us, memories of laughter, of warmth, of love lost to time's cruel grasp. They suffocated me, pulling me back into the depths of what was once familiar. I could feel the ghosts of our ancestors watching, their spirits lingering, expectant, as if demanding justice, demanding retribution. And then, the dark warrior turned towards me, his eyes boring into my soul. I felt the chill of the abyss within his gaze, a promise of death wrapped in shadows. Time slowed, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. My heart pounded like a war drum, echoing the fear, the anxiety, the raw terror of what was to come. Then, it happened. Eirik charged forward, his voice a battle cry that pierced the air. "For our family," he yelled, and in that moment, I saw the fire ignite in his eyes, a flame that burned away the doubt. He swung his axe, a fierce arc through the air, and the darkness faltered. The warrior hesitated, momentarily thrown off balance. It was just enough. In that fleeting instant, I seized the opportunity, raising Mjölnir high above my head, and let the power surge through me, a torrent of energy and fury. I could feel the weight of history behind me, the voices of those who had wielded it before, a chorus that whispered strength into my veins. "By the gods, I will protect what is ours." And I struck, the hammer connecting with the dark warrior in a blinding flash of light. The ground shook beneath us, reverberating with ancient power, and for a moment, the world held its breath. Then there was silence, a deafening, eerie silence that swallowed the screams, the chaos, leaving only the echoes of our hearts. Eirik stood beside me, breathless, eyes wide, our fates intertwined in that suspended moment of dread and hope. The world around us faded, the battle dissolving into shadows as we clung to one another, waiting for what would come next. I could feel the weight of Mjölnir in my hand, a promise unfulfilled, a battle far from over. Time stretched, the tension thickening like fog, and I realized this was only the beginning. The thunder cracked across the darkened sky, a sound so deep it vibrated within the bones of the earth, and I felt it in my chest, a heartbeat of the old gods crying out in defiance. The villagers huddled together in the shadows of their thatched roofs, eyes wide with fear as the rain began to pour like the tears of Odin himself. I could see their breath rising in the cold air, mingling with the thick scent of wet earth and something darker, something like despair. It was the kind of night that made you question everything you thought you knew about life, death, and the gods who watched over us. I stood there, drenched and shivering, watching the flickering torchlight dance through the thickening fog. Arvid, the blacksmith, his hands hardened by years of labor, had eyes that mirrored the chaos of the storm. "Thor will not protect us," he shouted into the tempest, a wildness gripping his voice, and I felt the weight of his words in my gut. Around him, the others shifted uneasily, grasping at the threads of their faith as if they were the last strands of a fraying rope. "Thor is dead," whispered Illy, her voice trembling as the flames of the torches sputtered against the wind. She was a firebrand in her own right, fierce and unyielding, but the doubt had crept into her heart like a frost that wouldn't melt. "He is nothing but a memory now." Her fingers danced over an amulet that once shone with the power of Mjölnir, but now it felt like a relic of a forgotten world, heavy with the burden of loss. I remember the first time I had felt the power of Thor. It was a summer evening, the sky ablaze with the colors of the setting sun, and laughter had filled the air like music. My friends and I had gathered by the river, a place where legends lived and breathed with every ripple of the water. We had called upon the storm god, our voices rising against the gathering clouds, and I remember how the sky had answered, crackling with energy, a promise that we were not alone. But that was before the priests came, before the whispers of a new god silenced the old ones. Enough of this. Arvid's voice rose above the thunder, raw and pained, a man grappling with the ghosts of his ancestors. If we turn our backs on him, what will we become? Shadows of what we were? We are warriors. We are children of the storm. He gripped his hammer, the weight of it grounding him, but I could see the uncertainty flickering in his eyes, a fear that perhaps he was fighting against more than just a storm. Warriors? Illy scoffed, a bitter laugh spilling from her lips like a jagged piece of glass. What good are warriors if their gods are dead? We are but echoes in the wind now, stories to be forgotten. Her amulet slipped from her fingers, clattering against the stones at her feet, the sound sharp and final. A silence fell, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the distant rumble of thunder. I felt the weight of their despair pressing against me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I wanted to scream, to break the tension with laughter, but the absurdity of it all clung to my throat, choking the joy from my heart. I remember, I whispered, letting the words hang in the air like a prayer. I remember when the world was alive with magic. But it was gone now, buried beneath the weight of dogma and doctrine, and I was caught in the middle, a witness to the transition, an unwilling participant in a dance that felt all too much like a funeral. The Christians preached love and light, but the shadows grew longer, and I could hear the whispers of the old gods, hidden beneath the surface, begging for recognition. The storm raged on, and as I looked into the eyes of my friends, I saw the flicker of hope battling against despair. Arvid clenched his jaw, determination etched into the lines of his face. Illy, though splintered within, held a fierce light that refused to be extinguished. I felt the pull of their emotions, drawing me in like a tide. What if we bring him back? I said, fueled by a reckless spark. What if we gather the last remnants of our faith and defy the storm? Illy's eyes widened, a mix of disbelief and intrigue swirling within them, while Arvid's frown deepened. Confusion wrestled with hope in that moment. And how? He challenged, a growl of defiance lacing his voice. Through our memories. I cried, the words spilling forth like a dam breaking. Through the stories we tell, the laughter we share, the rituals we revive. He lives in us, doesn't he? The wind howled in response, a feral howl that shook the very foundations of our beliefs. I could feel the ancient energy swirling around us, the echoes of our ancestors urging us to reclaim what was lost. The storm became a canvas for our desperation, painting the sky with the colors of our past, and for a moment, I thought I could see him, a silhouette forged in the lightning, urging us to remember, to fight for our own history against the tide of a new order. Let's gather the villagers, Illy said, the fire returning to her eyes, an ember igniting into flame. Let's remind them of the thunder, the strength. Let's tell the stories that bind us. Together, Arvid nodded, his voice steadied like the ground beneath our feet. Together, we can reclaim our gods. I felt it then, an electric charge in the air, a convergence of souls destined to fight against erasure. And the rain began to pour harder, blurring the lines between sky and earth, between what was real and what was imagined, the storm becoming a mirror of our inner chaos. I remember the power of those moments, the electricity coursing through my veins, binding us together like the threads of an ancient tapestry. And so we stood, drenched and resolute, shadows flickering against the storm, warriors of a forgotten faith preparing to face the tempest with nothing but our voices and the stories that shaped us. I knew then that the transition was not merely one of gods, but of hearts, of souls yearning for connection in a world that threatened to sever us from our roots. The night was far from over. It was only just beginning, and as the thunder roared, I felt a surge of courage, the promise of an uprising echoing through the shadows. In that moment, I understood the tempest was not merely outside, it raged within us, beckoning us to speak, to remember, and to reclaim the thunder. And so we did. The moment stood still, heavy with tension, as the excavation team huddled around the ancient rock face, a canvas etched with a history forgotten, a world of giants and gods. The air was thick, pulsating with the weight of what lay beneath. I could feel my heart thud in time with the hammering, rhythmic echo of a pickaxe against stone, a sound that felt like a heartbeat, a pulse of the earth itself, whispering secrets only the brave dared to unearth. Closer, Anna! We need to see it! Mark's voice sliced through the air, desperation clawing at its edges. I could see his hands trembling, dirt-streaked and raw, grasping at the dream that lay just inches away. We were all hungry for the same thing, each of us yearning to hold a piece of history in our hands, a fragment that could change everything. But what if this ancient relic brought something else along with it? A curse? A reckoning? I remember the stories, I whispered, my voice shaking. The tales of Mjölnir, the hammer that could crush mountains and summon storms. What if we're not ready for what it brings? Mark shot me a frustrated glance, his blue eyes blazing with a fervor that both inspired and terrified me. You're thinking too much. This is our chance to prove what? I interjected, fear pooling in my gut. That we can touch the divine? That we can wrestle history into submission. The silence that followed was almost deafening, each of us caught in the web of our own thoughts. And then the pickaxe struck again. The rock crumbled, revealing a glint of metal, a shimmer that danced in the dying light, igniting a primal urge that surged through us all. I could feel the pull, like gravity, dragging my very soul toward it. They bathed once a year, I blurted out, desperate, so romance was earthy. It was a dark joke, a desperate attempt to dispel the thickening dread. Behind the laughter, though, lay a truth I couldn't shake. The past was a graveyard of dreams and nightmares, and we were the unwitting trespassers. As the dust settled, we leaned in closer, the shadows of our hopes and fears intertwining. My fingers brushed against the cold metal, and a jolt shot through me, as if the hammer itself had stirred to life. It was heavy, impossibly so, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a vision, a flickering scene of Thor, hammer in hand, standing defiant against a tempest, the weight of a world on his shoulders. But then it shifted, and I saw destruction, cities crumbling, lives shattered, and I gasped, pulling my hand back. What have we awakened? Mark's expression darkened. It's just a piece of metal. We're not standing before a god, we're uncovering history. But his voice trembled, and I knew he felt it too, the whisper of something ancient and unspeakable, lurking just beyond the veil. I glanced at our third member, Sarah, whose usually vibrant spirit dimmed as she observed the unfolding chaos. What if we're meant to find it? What if we're chosen? She mused, her voice a soft melody laced with fear. Maybe it's not just an artifact. Maybe it's a message. Or a warning, I countered, trying to ground myself in the weight of the moment, but my heart raced with every word. Time slipped, and the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a cloak of shadow over us. The sight felt different now, alive, almost sentient. We were no longer mere archaeologists, we were players in a game far grander than we understood. I felt the earth vibrate, the stone shiver, and in that instant, I knew something was watching. Do you hear that? Mark's voice was barely above a whisper, a tremor threading through his bravado. The wind, it sounds angry. I closed my eyes, inhaling the cool night air, and listened. There it was, a low growl, a mournful wail that wrapped around us like a shroud. It filled the air with dread, and I felt the fear clawing at my insides, as if the very essence of the hammer was awakening from its slumber, stirring memories of battles fought and lives lost. What if we don't belong here? Sarah's voice trembled, her demeanor shifting from curiosity to palpable terror. What if we're not meant to touch history but to be haunted by it? A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating our surroundings in a ghostly glow. For a heartbeat, I looked into Mark's eyes, and I saw my own fear reflected back, raw and unfiltered. What if Mjölnir was not just a weapon, but a prison, a vessel containing the rage of the past, yearning to be unleashed? I remembered my mother's words, passed down through generations. Some stories are best left untold, some relics untouched. But here we were, standing on the precipice of our own reckoning, each of us wrestling with our ambitions, our dreams, and our fears. With a tremor, Mark reached for the hammer again, the cold metal glinting ominously in the dark. We can't stop now. This is bigger than us. It's our legacy to bear, he declared, his voice a mix of courage and desperation. But deep within, I felt the truth pulsing like a drumbeat. Some legacies are born not of glory but of sacrifice. I wanted to scream, to pull him back from the edge, but my voice caught in my throat. The shadows danced, the air thickened, and a chill ran down my spine. And then, with a sudden crash, the world tilted. The earth quaked beneath us, a roar of fury erupting from the depths of history, as if the gods themselves were displeased. The hammer clattered away, its echo ringing through the night, and all at once, I understood, we were too late. The shadows descended, hunger glinting in their depths. In that terrifying moment, I realized, whatever we'd unearthed wasn't just a relic, it was a curse wrapped in the guise of a gift, and we were now part of its story, forever entwined, forever haunted. And as the wind howled and the skies thundered above, I braced myself for what was to come, knowing that the legacy of Mjölnir was just beginning, an unending cycle of destruction and rebirth, a tapestry woven with threads of fate, fear, and the relentless push of time. The air crackled, heavy with the scent of thunder and longing, as the ground trembled beneath me. I stood before an ancient stone, etched with runes that whispered the name of a god. Thor. In that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing around me, a palpable aura of power that clawed at my soul, urging me to reach out. How many hands had grasped this hallowed hammer? How many hearts had raced in its presence? I remember the stories, the echoes of comic panels bursting with color and life, each frame a heartbeat, each word a spark. Yet here I was, flesh and bone, caught in a tempest. Myra, my sister, stood beside me, her eyes a well of unspoken fears. She clutched her pendant tightly, a trivial talisman against the storm raging in her heart. This isn't just a weapon, James. It's a symbol. Her voice trembled, but beneath the quaver was a resolve that ignited something deep within me. The hammer wasn't merely a tool, it was a conduit for dreams, dreams that both inspired and terrified. I remember the first time I grasped the comic book, pages yellowing with age, each illustration a doorway to worlds unfathomable. Thor, blonde hair whipping like lightning, muscles rippling, wielding Mjölnir with a godlike ease that made me feel small, insignificant. But I was enraptured. In my adolescent heart, he wasn't just a superhero, he was a promise. A promise of strength in vulnerability, of victory against the dark. Yet here, before the stone, my dreams felt distant, like shadows fleeing from the dawn. James, there's something about it, she whispered, glancing at the stone, fear dancing in her voice. What if it chooses someone else? The thought sliced through me. What if the hammer had its own will? What if, like countless heroes in the comics, it deemed me unworthy? I remember childhood nights, poring over the pages, I confessed, my breath hitching as memories flooded back, dreams of wielding power, of standing beside the Avengers and feeling invincible. What if it doesn't choose us? What if we're just echoes of a story that's already been told? Her gaze was fierce, fire igniting in her chest. Then we forge our own path, she declared, conviction ringing in her tone. No one is just an echo. We're more, but the storm danced darkly, as if mocking our determination. Lightning flashed, illuminating our fears, our desires. I saw reflections of our childhood, laughing, playing, wrestling over comic books, the world so much simpler then. Yet now, we were trapped in a web of expectation, caught in the shadows of our heroes. A figure emerged. Alex, my oldest friend, stood at the periphery, heart a-storm, eyes filled with something I couldn't place. Was it hope? Or was it desperation? You'll fail, he said, voice low but slicing through the air like a blade. You don't know what it means to bear that kind of power. I felt my pulse quicken. Was he right? What do you know about power, Alex? My words dripped with bitterness, the truth a punch in the gut. You've never had it, never felt its weight or the responsibility that comes with it. He stepped closer, shadows flickering around him like ghosts. I know enough to fear it. To know it can destroy everything you love. His eyes darted to Myra, and I caught the pain there, longing, regret, a history that lay unspoken between them. In that moment, I grasped the churning conflict inside Alex, the nagging doubt that turned friendship into competition. He had always been the better athlete, the more charismatic of our trio, yet I felt the weight of unworthiness pressing down on me like a vice. Maybe he was right. Perhaps it wasn't about strength at all. Perhaps it was about forgiveness, of ourselves for our weaknesses, of each other for our fears. The hammer beckoned, a siren song that promised glory and terror in equal measure. I stepped forward, compelled by something beyond choice. The air thrummed, crackling with anticipation, as I reached for the stone. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting to see if a mere mortal could reclaim the legacy of a god. I remember standing in front of the mirror, pretending to wield Mjölnir. I murmured, the grip of my memories tightening. I was never the hero I imagined. I was always just me. Myra's hand slipped into mine, grounding me, a tether to reality. And who says that's not enough? What if being just you is all it takes? I turned, searching her face for the truth hidden behind her words. I saw her vulnerability, her strength, a duality that pulsed like the storm around us. But what if me isn't worthy? What if I fail you both? The power of that thought smothered me, but as thunder cracked overhead, I felt a shift, a tremor of resolve. Whatever happens, we face it together. Her voice was the calm in the storm, a lighthouse guiding me through the tempest. With hearts pounding, we stepped closer to the stone, each heartbeat echoing the gravity of our choices. I felt the pull of destiny wrapping around us like a shroud, dark and exhilarating. This was our moment, not just to claim a weapon, but to embrace our fears and uncertainties. This was the heartbeat of a new story, one where we were not just characters in someone else's narrative but the authors of our fate. As I placed my hand against the cold stone, I could feel the whispers of the past, the heroes who had come before, their struggles, their triumphs. With each breath, I drew in their strength, their hope. It was as if the cosmos itself was holding its breath, waiting with us. We were on the precipice of something unimaginable, a crossroads where legends were born. And then I felt it, a spark of power, a surge of energy that coursed through my veins. The hammer pulsed, a heartbeat echoing in sync with my own. The shadows danced, the storm raged, and in that moment, I understood, it wasn't about worthiness or failure. It was about the journey, the chaos and the courage, the laughter and the tears. It was about us, together, forging a new path, a new story, a story that was still being written. The hammer trembled, as if waiting for us to embrace our destiny, the weight of the world resting in our hands, and I felt that maybe, just maybe, we were ready. Thunder rumbles in the distance, a low growl that vibrates through the air like a heartbeat. The night is heavy, pregnant with anticipation, as if the world is holding its breath. In a clearing, surrounded by ancient oaks, a circle of flickering candles cast shadows that dance like spirits. There, in the center, a figure kneels, Rhea, her fingers trembling as they cradle a small, silver pendant shaped like Mjölnir, the hammer of Thor, a weapon of both destruction and protection. She can feel the weight of it, a gravitational force pulling her deeper into the swirling chaos of her life. I remember, she whispers, her voice barely a breath. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, of gods walking among us, of the thunder that shook the heavens. A shiver runs down her spine, a memory surfacing like a ghost. The day she found this pendant, a gift from her estranged mother, a woman cloaked in tales of magic and madness. It had been a day of reckoning, one where she learned that the past could haunt, shape, and sometimes empower. Across the clearing, the flicker of the candles reflects in Ethan's eyes, a storm brewing within him. He's a skeptic, a man of logic, yet here he is, clutching a piece of wood carved with runes, a relic he found in his late father's belongings. This is nonsense, he mutters under his breath, but the weight of his father's legacy gnaws at him, a constant reminder of the unresolved. What am I doing here? He looks at Rhea, and in that glance, a universe of unspoken words collides. She feels it, his hesitation, his disdain, but also the flicker of hope buried beneath layers of doubt. Their eyes lock, and in that moment, time warps. The air thickens, charged with unexpressed emotions, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of their past. Ethan, Rhea calls, her voice stronger now, the hammer in her hand warming to her touch. What if we're more than what we believe? What if there's power in these old stories? He shifts uncomfortably, the tension palpable. Power? Or delusion? The words cut through the air like a blade. We're just playing dress up in the past, Rhea. This isn't going to bring your mother back, and it won't resurrect my father." The pain in his voice is raw, layered with resentment and longing. The wind howls, rustling the leaves, and for a fleeting moment, the darkness deepens, almost alive, as if responding to their conflict. I remember, Rhea's voice trembles, the stories of the hammer. Of Mjölnir. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a promise, a symbol of protection against chaos. As she speaks, the air thickens, laden with the weight of dreams unfulfilled, of a longing for connection that pulses between them like a lifeline. Images flash in her mind, a child lost in the woods, the echoes of laughter, the warmth of a mother's embrace, now replaced by a chasm of silence, an abyss of unanswered questions. What if we could summon that protection? What if we could reclaim the fragments of ourselves we've lost? A flicker of interest ignites in Ethan's eyes, but he quickly douses it with skepticism. And what if it all crumbles? What if we're left with nothing but ashes? His voice is sharp, but there's an echo of vulnerability buried beneath it, a fear of loss that gnaws at the edges of his reason. Suddenly, a crack of thunder splits the night, and the candles flicker violently, shadows warping into haunting shapes. Rhea's heart races. This isn't just a ritual, it's a reckoning. Her voice rises above the storm, raw and unfiltered. We can confront our ghosts. We can wield our own Mjölnir. The air shifts. Ethan feels a pull, a visceral tug at his heart. He looks at Rhea, her resolve fierce, igniting something within him that he thought long extinguished. "You think we can just chant a few words and fix everything?" His voice is hoarse, challenging, but there's a glimmer of yearning beneath the surface, the desperate hope that perhaps, just perhaps, they can reclaim the lost parts of themselves. "Yes." Rhea's hand tightens around the pendant, her grip trembling but resolute. It's not just about belief, it's about action. It's about facing the storm and holding fast. She can see the conflict in his eyes, the struggle between the comfort of disbelief and the terrifying possibility of hope. An eerie calm settles momentarily, the storm waiting, holding its breath. Rhea steps closer, a magnetism drawing her towards him. "You can't keep running from your past, Ethan. It's time to confront it." The passion in her voice vibrates through the air like a tuning fork, resonating with the unspoken pain that swells between them. His breath catches. "And what if I can't?" The vulnerability in his voice is a whisper against the roar of the wind. "What if this hammer doesn't save me?" Rhea's heart aches for him. It's not just a hammer. It's a symbol of resilience. Of connection. We are not alone in this. In that moment, she can almost see the threads of their past weaving together, the sorrow, the anger, the love. As thunder rolls, a tempest rages within the depths of their souls, the very fabric of their being fraying at the edges. "I remember," she whispers again, "that the gods walk among us, not just in worship but in our hearts." With a sudden surge of determination, Rhea raises the pendant to the sky, a beacon against the chaos. "Mjölnir, hear us," she calls, her voice a war cry, echoing through the darkened woods. "We summon your strength, your fury, your protection. We reclaim our stories." Ethan hesitates, but the storm inside him stirs. He can feel the pulse of the world, an ancient rhythm calling them forward. Together, he breathes, the question hanging in the electrified air. "Always," she replies, her heart pounding in time with the thunder, a promise made not just to each other but to the cosmos itself. The storm rages on, the winds whipping around them, and as they stand there, two flawed souls, tethered by shadows and light, a new chapter begins to unfold, one where the past and present collide, where Mjölnir becomes more than a symbol. It becomes a lifeline, a connection to the divine, to each other. The night is alive with possibility, and as they face the tempest, they step boldly into the unknown, together. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to suffocate any hope. A lone figure stood at the precipice of the stone balcony, overlooking the sea of flickering torches below, a funeral pyre or a gathering of worship, the line blurred in the shadows of the night. Their shadows danced like restless spirits, and the distant, mournful toll of the bell echoed through the air like a warning, each chime striking a note of dread in the hearts of those left to listen. I remember the scent of damp earth, the cloying aroma of blood mingling with the sweet perfume of impending doom. He gripped the hammer tightly, knuckles white, as if it were a lifeline in the swirling chaos of his mind. A tool of creation, a weapon of destruction, how could one object embody such duality? King Alaric, the mighty ruler, felt the weight of it all, this unwieldy burden of authority that threatened to crush him. His heart thudded like a war drum, a rhythm that summoned ghosts of every decision he'd ever made. Every swing of the hammer, every decree, every execution had led him to this moment, a moment that tasted of iron and ash. Beside him stood Elena, his childhood friend turned advisor, her eyes fierce like the embers of the flame below. She'd always had fire in her, a flame that refused to be extinguished by the oppressive gaze of the throne. But now, as she peered into the darkness, the flickers of fear danced there too. "You must show them your strength, Alaric. You cannot falter," she urged, a tremor in her voice. Her fierce loyalty cut through the silence, but her words were tinged with desperation. "I remember the first time I wielded a hammer, building, creating, feeling pride swell within me. But this was a different kind of creation. Here, the hammer was a symbol of tyranny, the guardian of a blood-stained legacy." The weight of kingship bore down on Alaric. He turned to Elena, his golden-haired confidant, searching for strength in her eyes. They were not just friends, they were blood, forged in the crucible of childhood dreams. "What if I'm not fit for this?" he whispered, doubt clawing at his throat. Elena's instincts kicked in, fiercely protective of him. "You are not just a man, Alaric. You are a hammer, strike true, and you can shape the fate of our people." Her voice rose, vibrant and fierce, a call to arms that vibrated in the marrow of his bones. Still, the weight of their shared past loomed over them, a specter of innocence lost. The crowd below roared, a cacophony of voices that coalesced into a single entity, a beast hungry for blood and glory. They thirsted for the spectacle, but what they craved was more than mere entertainment. It was a demonstration of power, a display that would quench their uncertainty. Alaric felt their eyes, piercing and demanding, like 1,000 arrows aimed at his heart. As the winds howled, a sudden gust sent shivers down Elena's spine. "They will not show mercy if you hesitate," she warned, her voice a haunting melody threading through the night. Beneath the layers of her bravado, fear twisted like a vine in her chest. She had seen kingdoms rise and fall, she knew the history of the fallen, the whispers that turned to screams, and the shadows that swallowed the light. "I remember standing in a dimly lit room, surrounded by portraits of kings long gone, each face a testament to the storm of humanity, their eyes forever frozen in a gaze that asked, 'What did you sacrifice?' Each one of those hammers left scars, a legacy of tyranny or benevolence, and Alaric was determined to forge his own path, but at what cost? The ghosts of history loomed large, and the echoes of their decisions reverberated in his mind. "Tonight," he breathed, "I will become what they need. The hammer will strike." Even as he spoke those words, doubt lingered, a persistent reminder of the thin line between king and tyrant. In the shadows stood Gaius, the former advisor, his heart a cauldron of betrayal and regret. Once Alaric's trusted confidant, he had fallen from grace, a pawn sacrificed on the chessboard of royal politics. Now, he watched from the abyss, his eyes dark as the night, waiting for the moment to seize power for himself. "They've forgotten the true weight of a hammer," he muttered, a twisted smile playing at the corners of his lips. The stage was set. Alaric raised the hammer, a primal scream erupted from within. He felt the surge of authority, a pulse of adrenaline as he stepped into the light. The crowd fell silent, anticipation simmering in the air, thick like the fog rolling in from the sea. He swung the hammer overhead, a flash of silver cutting through the night, and in that moment, time stood still. Elena's heart raced, her breath quickening, every muscle in her body tensed with the weight of what came next. "Strike true, Alaric," she shouted, her voice ringing with a fierce intensity, yet tinged with a vulnerability that mirrored her fear. As the hammer descended, the world seemed to shatter in a single moment. The echoes of its impact reverberated through the hearts of the crowd, a powerful proclamation that would either elevate him to a throne of glory or bury him under the rubble of tyranny. In that heartbeat, where the air hung heavy with destiny, the weight of history pressed down like a shroud, shivering against the very fabric of time. Alaric felt the throne tremble beneath him. He was not just a king but a vessel of every king that had come before him, both a hammer of justice and a sword of oppression. The crowd erupted, a mixture of fervor and fear, but shadows lingered, whispering tales of betrayal, ambition, and the delicate balance of power. Beneath the surface, currents swirled, a tempest brewing, waiting for the first drop of blood to ignite a fire that could consume them all. And in that fleeting moment, as the hammer met its mark and the flames danced wildly, the question loomed larger than life: would they worship their king, or would he become another ghost in the castle of time? The air vibrated with tension, a prelude to chaos, and even as the echoes of the hammer faded, the shadows grew longer, stretching into an uncertain future. The night was thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient pine, the kind that wraps itself around you like a shroud as the moon, a cold eye in the sky, peered down on a forgotten clearing. A sudden breeze whispered through the trees, rustling leaves that had heard stories of gods and giants. In the heart of that forest, an iron hammer lay half buried in moss, its presence heavy, an echo of thunder. Mjölnir. The name clung to the air like a prayer, reverberating in the silence. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat born from the legends that shaped our land. There, in the shadow of the towering trees, stood three figures, each cloaked not only in fabric but in the weight of their own histories, their burdens. Astrid, fierce as a shield maiden yet haunted by the ghosts of a past she could never escape; Leif, whose heart was torn between the allure of conquest and the ache of belonging; and Freya, radiant as the dawn yet suffocated by the expectations that draped around her like chains of gold. Astrid's voice broke through the stillness, raw and trembling. "Do you hear it?" she asked, her eyes wide, searching the dark like a soldier scanning the horizon for the enemy. "The call of our ancestors." I remember how the words hung in the air, a question soaked in fear and longing. It wasn't just the hammer that called to them, it was the weight of legacy, a fierce and unyielding embrace. The world around us felt alive, its pulse quickening, as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for the moment of reckoning. Leif stepped closer, his brow furrowed. "Astrid, this isn't a game. They're using Mjölnir as a symbol, twisting its meaning to rally their cause. The storm of nationalism is brewing. We're on the brink of something that could tear us apart." The desperation in his voice clawed at my chest, a reminder of the fragility of our unity. I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of fear that mirrored my own. We were standing on the precipice of history, teetering between the allure of ancient power and the suffocating weight of modern expectations. Freya, her fingertips grazing the rough bark of a tree, felt the tension crackle in the air. "It was never just a hammer," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that echoed through the night, resonating with something primal. "It's about identity. It's about us. They'll twist it, use it as a weapon against everything we stand for." I remember the chill that crawled up my spine. The hammer was a symbol, yes, but it was also a battleground. An ancient relic transformed into a tool of division. How could something so powerful be wielded for such dark purposes? Fear gripped my heart like a vice, a reminder of the fragility of our existence in a world where symbols had the power to ignite the flames of conflict. Astrid's hands tightened into fists, her resolve hardening like the iron of the hammer itself. "We must reclaim it. Show them what it truly stands for." Her words were a battle cry, a spark igniting something deep within us all. Together, we can breathe life into the old stories, remind them of the unity forged in the flames of battle, the love that once bound us. But love, I thought, was a fickle thing, often drowned out by the roar of war drums and the cries of those who sought power over peace. I could see the shadows of doubt flicker in Leif's eyes, battling against the drive to stand with her. "I remember," I murmured, feeling the weight of my own memories rising like smoke. The stories my grandmother told me, the warmth of the hearth, the laughter of warriors returning home, the way love flourished like wildflowers in the cracks of stone. Freya stepped into the light, her voice trembling yet fierce. "But what of the past? What of the blood spilled in the name of pride? Is that what we want to resurrect? The ghosts that haunt our history?" And there it was, every question, every doubt crystallized in the air like frost. The tension hung heavy, thick as the mist that cloaked the forest. I could feel it, the pulse of history, the weight of every decision spiraling toward a climax we were not ready for, each heartbeat louder than the last. Then, in that haunting silence, something shifted. The air crackled with energy as if the very essence of Mjölnir had awoken from its slumber. I could see the shadows twisting in the dark, like specters reaching out, begging for recognition. What if we fail? Leif's voice trembled, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. What if we become the very thing we sought to fight against? I could see the turmoil etched across his face, the struggle for purpose trapped within a deep chasm of fear. And yet, there was something in his eyes, a flicker of defiance. Then we fight, Astrid said, her voice a fierce whisper. We fight for the stories that dwell in our bones, for the unity forged amidst chaos. The past may be littered with mistakes, but our future is unwritten. And there it was, an ember of hope sparking in the darkness. We stood together, three flawed souls intertwined by fear and determination, bearing the weight of our histories like a cloak. The forest around us felt alive, echoing with the whispers of gods and giants, their voices intertwining with our own. In that moment, Mjölnir was not merely a weapon or a relic of the past. It was a call to arms, a reminder that we could reshape the narrative, that we could take the fragmented pieces of our stories and weave them into something greater, something alive. I remember the hammer's weight as I reached out, as if grasping the very essence of our identity. It pulsed beneath my fingers, and I knew that this was not just a battle for symbols. It was a fight for our souls, for the very heart of what it meant to be Scandinavian. The night grew still, the shadows retreating as if sensing the storm that was to come. We stood together, bound by purpose, ready to reclaim what was ours. And in that moment, beneath the watchful gaze of the cold moon, I felt the unshakable truth, the legends of our past would guide the path to our future. As we stepped away from that clearing, the air crackled with the promise of change. The world was on the brink, and we were the storm. The confrontation loomed ahead, but we would face it together, united by the weight of our history and the fire of our resolve. The air is thick with tension, the scent of iron and blood mingling under the flickering light of a single, wavering torch. I can feel the world holding its breath, a moment suspended in time, like the silence before a storm. All around me, shadows dance on crumbling stone walls, as if they're whispering secrets long buried beneath the weight of history. I see her there, Ilara, her hand shaking, fingers wrapped tightly around a hammer that pulses with the weight of 1,000 unsung stories. The metal glints, reflecting her fear, her determination, a heart teetering on the edge of chaos. I remember, she breathes, the first time I swung it. Her voice is a haunting melody, a solemn reminder of what once was a girl, not yet a woman, hammering nails into softwood under the watchful eye of her father. He leaned in close, his breath warm against her cheek, swirling around her like a guardian spirit. "This is the hammer of our ancestors," he said. "It carries their ghosts, their strength." She believed him then, with wide, innocent eyes. Now, the weight of that inheritance threatens to crush her. A flash of movement pulls my gaze away. There he stands, Jarek, his jaw clenched, eyes burning with uncontained fury. His father fell victim to the very hammer Ilara now wields, twisted in a moment of rage. Jarek's hands curl into fists, knuckles white against the backdrop of the chaos he cannot escape. "You think your hammer is a blessing," he hisses, venom lacing his words, each syllable a sword thrust aimed at her heart. "It's a curse, Ilara, a reminder that power corrupts, that it kills." I remember the way he used to laugh, how it rang like church bells on a bright Sunday morning, innocent and carefree. Now, it's a distant echo, swallowed by darkness. Rage pulsates through him like a living thing, a beast desperate to break free. His eyes darken under the ghostly torchlight, shadows shifting like phantoms. "You don't understand the weight of it," he snarls, and I feel that weight hanging heavy in the air, an unspoken history bridging their lives, their losses, their pain. Ilara steps forward, the hammer raised defiantly, a beacon of light flickering in the encroaching darkness. "You think I don't understand?" Her voice quakes, a mix of anger and sorrow. Every swing, every strike, its echoes haunt me. I carry their pain, Jarek. I'm not the monster you think I am. There's a breathless moment of silence, the kind that stretches thin like a spider's web, fragile yet unbreakable. The walls seem to close in, the air crackling with the weight of their shared memories, each one a silent spectre hovering in the space between them. I can feel the ghosts, whispering, howling, their cries lost to time. Time and the relentless tide, eroding the shores of their lives, leaving only the jagged rocks of grief and resentment. Your hammer is forged in blood, Yarok spits. My father's blood. You think it tells stories? It tells lies. A step forward, and I can almost taste the bitter rage curling like smoke between them, thick and choking. It was said that hammers are not merely tools, they are weapons of fate. Yours forged in the fires of betrayal. A flicker of doubt dances in Ilara's eyes, just for an instant, a fracture in her armor. I see it, that vulnerable girl again, the one who believed in the magic of a hammer's swing. What do you know of fate, she whispers, and I can see her heart laid bare, exposed to the elements, the cold wind of uncertainty gnawing at her spirit. What do you know of dreams crushed beneath the weight of a single moment? Her voice trembles, but it's like thunder in the silence that follows, pulling him back to that place, their childhood, where laughter echoed through sunlit fields, where dreams were painted in the colors of hope. Yet now, that laughter is a ghost, haunting their shared memories, twisting them into something sharp and cruel. The world spins, and suddenly, we are not in this crumbling bastion anymore but in a grand hall, echoing with whispers of history, the clang of hammers echoing through time, from the forges of ancient warriors to the bustling markets of distant lands. I hear the legends of other hammers, the Mjölnir, heavy and divine, wielded by Thor, a promise of protection and retribution, the legendary hammers of shamanic rites, blessed by spirits, imbued with life's very essence. Their myths entwine like roots of a gnarled tree, each branch heavy with its own burden of hope and despair. I remember, I whisper, feeling the weight of the universe shift, the connection of cultures merging in a cacophony of echoes. Every hammer has its tale, its bearer bound by fate. Ilara's breath catches in her throat, her grip on the hammer loosening, a thread of doubt weaving through her resolve. But what if my story is not mine? The question hangs like smoke in the air, suffocating yet electric. Yarok steps closer, the tension crackling between them like a live wire. Then write your own, he urges, his voice raw, stripped of armor. Don't let the ghosts of the past dictate who you become. But the past clings like a shroud, and I feel it pressing down, heavier with every heartbeat, every breath. Ilara's eyes shimmer with unshed tears as she confronts the legacies that bind her. And what if I'm not strong enough? In that moment, the weight of the world hangs between them, an invisible line strung tight, ready to snap. Yarok reaches out, his fingers trembling as they graze the cold steel of the hammer. You are stronger than you know, he whispers, the anger melting away, leaving vulnerability exposed, a raw wound in the fabric of their shared existence. Together, we can break the cycle, he says, the words fragile yet fierce. We can forge a new legacy. And in that flickering light of the torch, the shadows whisper, the haunting echoes of the past swirling like leaves in the wind. Their stories intertwine, each heartbeat resonating through the darkness, forging a new myth, a new hammer that holds no blood, no vengeance, only hope, a fragile yet unyielding promise that tomorrow could be different. And then, the world spins wildly again, as time fractures, merging into the cacophony of existence, other hammers, their myths, their legacies. The pulse of history throbs around us, a relentless tide sweeping us forward, toward a confrontation yet to come, a reckoning that will ripple through the ages, echoed in every swing of their hammers, forever bound by the threads of fate. The storm crackled overhead, a furious symphony of thunder and lightning that split the sky asunder. I was there, heart racing, as the heavens roared, an eruption of primal fury. The air was electric, buzzing with an energy that coursed through the city like a pulse, alive and loud. I stood beneath a shelter, drenched in rain, my body a mere shadow against the backdrop of this tempest. I could feel it, the weight of history pressing down, drumming in my chest, echoing against the heavens. I remember the whispers, the old tales of gods and men, the legends woven into the very fabric of this storm. I remember how they said Thor wielded Mjölnir, the hammer that could shatter mountains, the thunderer whose fury could topple empires. The name alone sent shivers down my spine, a name thick with meaning, Thor, thunder, protector, warrior. The etymology of it, a language spoken in the raw voice of nature itself, thunderous and unyielding. In the depths of my memory, I still see Era, her fierce spirit dancing in the rain. She stood defiant, her auburn hair slick against her face, her eyes fierce like a storm's heart. She was searching, always searching, for something, perhaps a sense of belonging, perhaps a way to understand the chaos that swirled around us. I remember how she clutched a small, metal replica of Mjölnir, a talisman against the dark. "It's all just stories," she said, voice trembling with defiance, "but stories can save us." And then there was Fen, her older brother, a shadow cast against the light. He hid his pain behind laughter, a mask of bravado that cracked like thunder under pressure. "You really think a hammer can change anything?" he mocked, hands buried deep in his pockets, eyes dark like storm clouds. But I saw it, the flicker of fear in his gaze, the way he ached to believe in the power of myths even as he spat the words. They battled within him, the warrior and the skeptic, a tempest of emotions that mirrored the storm above. I remember that night, the way the rain poured down, soaking through skin and fabric, washing away pretense. It was as if the world was cleansing itself, trying to rid us of our doubts, our fears. Each drop was a whisper, a reminder of the legacy we carried, the stories of Thor and his indomitable spirit. Mjölnir was more than a weapon, it was a promise that stood against the darkness, that called upon the strength within us all. Era turned to me, her voice rising above the cacophony. "You feel it, don't you? The thunder in your veins? It's calling us, urging us to fight." She was right. I could feel it, a primal urge, a scream buried deep within. The world was shifting, and we were caught in its tempest, each heartbeat a drum echoing the call of warriors long past. But Fen scuffed his shoe against the pavement, bitterness in his voice. "You think a hammer can save us? Look around. The world is full of shadows, and we're just ghosts, lingering in the past." He was losing his grip, caught in a whirlwind of despair, the storm above mirroring the chaos within. I reached for him, my voice breaking through the storm's rage. "We are not ghosts, Fen. We are alive. The thunder is our heritage, our legacy. If Thor can wield Mjölnir, then we too can find our strength." The words tumbled out, raw and unfiltered, a desperate plea against the tide of hopelessness. A crack of lightning lit the sky, illuminating his face for a mere heartbeat. I saw the fear, the longing, the deep, unquenchable thirst for something more, something to hold on to in this world of uncertainty. And then the light faded, leaving him shrouded in shadows once again. Era stepped forward, defiantly hoisting the small hammer replica. "Look at this. Mjölnir isn't just a weapon, it's a symbol. It reminds us that we can stand against the chaos, that we can fight." Her voice cut through the rain, fierce and poignant, a battle cry that resonated deeply. And in that moment, something shifted. The storm seemed to listen, to lean closer, as if drawn by her fire. The thunder rumbled in agreement, and I felt it, a surge of hope coursing through me like adrenaline. The etymology of it all, the very essence of Thor's name, pulsed in the air. It was a language of thunder, a promise of resilience, of defiance. The storm intensified, wind howling like a banshee, rain lashing against our skin. I felt my heart racing, echoing the rhythm of the thunder, a connection forged between the past and present, binding us to the stories of warriors who had come before. Mjölnir was more than a hammer, it was the spirit of resistance, of standing tall against the whirlwind of life. But within that fervor, I sensed the darkness lurking just beyond the horizon, shadows that threatened to consume us if we faltered. Fen's laughter turned bitter, a jagged edge of despair cutting through the moment. "You're chasing ghosts, both of you. The storm will pass, and we'll be left with nothing but the wreckage." His words struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the hope we had built. I saw Era flinch, the fire in her eyes momentarily dimming. The storm roared, drowning out our voices, and I felt the weight of despair pressing down, threatening to snuff out our spark. But in that chaos, I remembered the stories, the tales of gods who battled giants, of a hammer that could reshape the world. I clung to them, to the belief that even in darkness, there is a glimmer of light, a chance to rise. "Look around, Fen," I shouted over the storm, "we are not alone. We have each other. We have our history. We have the thunder." The wind howled, and in that cacophony, I could feel the spirit of Mjölnir whispering to us, urging us to embrace the storm. I saw Fenn's defenses begin to crack, the shadows dancing in his eyes, and I knew that beneath that bravado lay a heart yearning for connection, for purpose. Era took a step closer, raising her hammer high. Together, we can be the thunder. Together, we can become the storm. Our voices intertwined with the thunder, a chorus rising against the tempest. The storm roared in response, a wild, untamed symphony that echoed the depths of our souls. In that moment, we weren't just spectators, we were participants in the dance of history, caught in a cycle of chaos and creation, each heartbeat a step in the rhythm of life. The storm raged on, a reflection of our inner turmoil, yet there was an undeniable beauty in the chaos. We were the children of thunder, the legacy of Thor coursing through our veins, the language of lightning spoken in every breath we took. And as the storm raged on, we stood together, daring to embrace the fury and the promise of what lay ahead. The echoes of history swirled around us, intertwining with our own stories, and with every crack of thunder, I felt the world shift, awakening to the power of our voices, our spirits, our defiance. The language of thunder would never fade, it would only grow louder, more insistent, urging us to remember, to believe, to fight. The storm was far from over, it was merely the beginning. The hammer fell, a deep thud that reverberated through the cavern, shattering the silence like glass. I stood there, breath caught, heart thrumming like a war drum. Sparks flew, tiny stars igniting the darkness, illuminating a face twisted with rage and desperation. Thrain, the master blacksmith, his beard matted with soot, was locked in a fierce struggle with a piece of iron that refused to yield. Sweat dripped from his brow, mingling with the ash on his cheeks. I remember, he growled, voice raw as his hands. I remember when the forge was a sanctuary, not a battleground. Forging was a dance, not a war. His words carried the weight of a history drenched in blood and fire, echoing through the cavernous depths of Karak Dum. The scent of molten metal filled the air, oily and sharp, mixing with the distant memory of laughter, an echo of happier days. I couldn't take my eyes off him, the way he moved, not just with skill but with a frenzy, as if the hammer itself had become an extension of his will. The forge was his heart, and it was breaking. Jorun watched, eyes wide, fingers twitching at her side. She was the apprentice, a fledgling caught in the storm of Thrain's fury. Her own heart raced, the kind of fear that claws at the throat, suffocating and relentless. "Thrain, please." "It's too much." But her voice was a whisper against the roar of the flames. The air shimmered, thick with tension. I could feel the heat, not just from the forge, but from the clash of their spirits. Jorun's dreams of crafting legendary weapons hung in the balance, a fragile thread teetering on the edge of despair. I saw the doubt in her eyes, the fear of failure. I knew it well, it dripped from every corner of this cursed forge. Too much. Thrain spat, his hammer crashing down again, sending a fresh shower of sparks flying like fireflies on a summer night. "You think it's too much? You don't know what too much is." "Not yet." I felt the weight of his words, the raw intensity of his disappointment clawing at my insides. Memories surged, of Thrain, not the tempest but the gentle craftsman, teaching Jorun the ancient ways. "Breathe life into the metal," he had said, fingers brushing the glowing ingot as if it were a newborn. But that was before the shadows crept in, before the whispers of the past turned into a cacophony of ghosts. With each strike, the forge roared back, a creature awakened, hungry for blood. I could almost hear the walls groaning, the stones shifting as if in sympathy with their keeper. The rhythm of the hammer echoed my own heartbeat, fast and frantic, and I wanted to scream. "Stop!" I finally shouted, and the word hung in the air, suspending time like a breath held too long. The world tilted, the flames flickering in confusion. Thrain's eyes flashed, a tempest of emotion swirling in that stormy gaze, anger, fear, regret. "What do you know of it?" he snapped, voice jagged, a blade cutting through the silence. "You have no idea what it means to forge something that bears the weight of history." I took a step forward, heart racing like a wild stallion. "I know about weight, Thrain. I know about losing everything." The words exploded from me, each one a piece of shrapnel tearing through the air. "You think this is just about metal? It's about legacy. It's about breathing life into something that will outlast us both." He paused, the hammer hovering mid-air, as if considering my words, or perhaps it was simply the weight of his own regret. In that moment, Jorunn stepped forward, courage flooding her veins despite the fear that had paralyzed her moments before. "We can't keep fighting our shadows, Thrain," she said softly, her voice steady as the anvil beneath us. "The only way forward is through the pain." Sparks danced around us, a flurry of fireflies caught in a tempest. I could feel the air thickening with unspoken truths, the weight of their shared history pressing down like the forged heat. Each moment tangled with the weight of the past, memories of lost kin, of battles fought and weapons forged. Each piece carried a story, a heartbeat, a hope. It was then I understood the ritual. Crafting was not just an act of creation but a confrontation with the ghosts that haunted each dwarf spirit. It was an alchemy of sorrow and strength, and in that forge, amidst the swirling chaos, we were all trapped in a dance of shadows and fire. Thrain dropped the hammer, and the world collapsed into silence, the heat of the forge licking at our skin like a lover's embrace. "What do I do?" he whispered, a crack in his armor, a chink that let the light seep through. I felt the heaviness of his despair, the burden of legacy pressing down like the weight of the world. I stepped closer, feeling the warmth radiate from the forge, a pulsing heartbeat that mirrored our own. "You forge not only for yourself but for those who came before, and for those who will come after." Jorunn reached out, her hand brushing against his, a fragile gesture that spoke volumes. "Together," she breathed, the word hanging in the air like a promise. "We can do this together." And in that moment, the past felt less like a ghost and more like a guide, urging us forward. The forge blazed with renewed purpose, the flames crackling with the energy of creation and redemption. Each breath we took intertwined, a rhythm forged in the heat of our struggles. As the fire danced, illuminating the shadows of our hearts, the world outside faded into insignificance. We were no longer just dwarfs at a forge, we were a legacy, a story waiting to be written. The hammer would strike again, and this time, it would forge something more than metal, it would forge hope. Like the echoing clang reverberating through the stone, the ritual had begun, and deep within each of us, an ember sparked to life, flickering, yearning to blaze into a flame. The shadows shifted, and the forge sang a new song, one of redemption, of rebirth, a symphony of souls entwined in the act of creation, as we took our first steps toward the confrontation waiting in the darkness beyond. In the hushed pallor of a winter twilight, the air crackled with unspoken dread. A lone figure stood at the base of a craggy cliff, arms trembling against the weight of the storm that brewed on the horizon. Freydis, her breath misting before her like specters of lost souls, gazed at the distant flicker of lightning, her heart pounding like a war drum. She clutched Mjölnir, Thor's hammer, its cold steel a stark contrast to the raging tempest within her. There was an aching desperation in her grip, a whispered promise of strength that felt curiously fragile against her gnawing fear. "I remember the stories," she murmured, almost too quiet for the howling winds to hear. "I remember how they spoke of its power, how it could shatter mountains and split the sky." But in that moment, the stories felt like ghosts, haunting, distant, and devoid of the warmth they once held. Behind her, two figures emerged from the fog of her thoughts, Einar, his eyes like shards of icy blue, and Astrid, whose laughter could cut through the gloom like a burst of sunlight, now silenced into a solemnity that felt unnatural. Einar was the warrior, strong but burdened, his past riddled with scars he dared not show. Astrid was the dreamer, a poet with words like silk, but even her verses had turned to ashes under the weight of their reality. Together, they formed a triangle of emotional chaos, each corner poised for a confrontation that could shatter them apart. Freydis, Einar's voice was a low rumble, thick with concern. "You mustn't take this on alone. You know what's at stake." What the hammer can do," she interjected, anger igniting like a spark in dry grass. "You don't understand. It's not just a weapon. It's a curse, it's a reminder of the gods who've abandoned us." The wind howled in response, as if the very earth was echoing her turmoil. The hammer pulsed in her grasp, its energy a living thing, but she could feel the weight of ancestral expectations pressing down on her, heavier than the stone she stood upon. Astrid stepped forward, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and admiration. "But it's also hope, Freydis. It's the weapon that can protect us. Think of what we could achieve. Her voice trembled, but there was a glimmer of determination beneath her words. Think of the stories we could tell. The songs that would rise from our victory. Songs are echoes, Astrid. Freydis snapped, the sharpness of her words cutting through the tension. They don't feed hungry mouths or mend broken hearts. They don't bring back the dead. Her voice thickened at the last word, the memory of loss clawing at her throat. The air grew still, as if the world had paused, holding its breath in anticipation. In that silence, the storm roared to life, lightning splitting the sky with a brilliance that felt almost sacred. Mjölnir shimmered, reflecting the chaos above in its polished surface, and Freydis felt its pull, an undeniable call to arms. Yet, buried within that call was the primal fear that clawed at her soul. What if wielding such power only led to more destruction? Einar's face was a mask of conflict, his brow furrowing as he battled his own demons. And what if we do nothing, he asked, the gravity of his question hanging like a heavy fog. What if we let fear dictate our fate? We are not just pawns in the gods' game, Freydis. We can be players. His voice burned with passion, the kind that ignites revolutions. But you must choose. I never chose this. Freydis cried, the tempest within her threatening to unleash. I didn't ask for the burden of Mjölnir. I didn't ask to be the one to confront the giants, to face the wrath of fate. The echoes of her ancestors whispered around her, the weight of their expectations suffocating. She remembered the stories, each told around flickering fires, woven with threads of glory and sacrifice. The laughter of warriors, the cries of battle, the sweet sweetness of victory, yet, all too often, the bitter taste of loss lingered longer. Astrid, fragile yet fiercely radiant, stepped closer. What if Mjölnir is not just a weapon, but a bridge to our true selves? What if it leads us to the truth we've both been avoiding? Her voice was soft but cut through the storm's cacophony like a knife. A tension simmered between them, fraught with unresolved conflict, unspoken fears, and the aching desire for connection. The storm raged above, but beneath that tempest, the three of them stood still, bound together by a shared past and a future cloaked in uncertainty. Freydis felt her heart race. She wanted to scream, to break free from the chains of destiny, but the hammer had become a living part of her, its heartbeat synchronized with hers, its power a seductive whisper that promised salvation. Would she dare to wield it, to embrace the chaos swirling around them and within her? But as she looked into Einar's eyes, she saw the vulnerability beneath the bravado, and in Astrid's, the flickering desire for something more than survival. They were all afraid of the storm, afraid of the choices they would have to make, afraid of embracing their fates. I remember, Freydis began, her voice trembling, I remember the tales of those who wielded Mjölnir before me. They were not invincible, they were flawed, just like us. The weight of their history pressed down like a stone, heavy but grounding. Thunder cracked, raw and intimate, as if the universe was narrating their despair. Freydis took a breath, feeling the hammer thrum in her grasp, a heartbeat of its own. Then let us be flawed together, she whispered, a vow cloaked in uncertainty. Let us face the storm. In that moment, unity forged like steel, the storm roared in response, and she knew that whatever lay ahead, pain, joy, victory, or defeat, they would face it together. The shadows cast by the giants loomed, but they were not alone. They were embers of hope, flickering against the churning darkness, and Mjölnir sang a haunting melody, a promise of what could be, a reminder of who they were. The tale was far from over. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing not just in the heavens but in the heart of Midgard. Thunder rolled, a primal roar that shook the very ground beneath me. I stood in the shadows of an ancient stone arch, the wind howling as if it were a living thing, tugging at my cloak, pulling me toward the chaos. There, in the distance, I saw him, Thor, the thunder god, standing defiantly atop the jagged cliffs. His silhouette, fierce and unmistakable, caught the last light of day, transforming him into a figure of myth and lore. But beneath that heroic facade, the turmoil was palpable. I could feel it. I remember the weight of that moment, the clash of emotion swirling like the tempest above. A warrior, yes, but also a man haunted by his own legacy, the burden of being a god among mortals, and the haunting whispers of his past echoing in the caverns of his mind. The Ragnarok that loomed was not just an impending doom but a reflection of the battles raging within him. I remember the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the vulnerability that often lay buried beneath his bravado. And then there was her. Jane. Fierce, brilliant, and caught in the crossfire of Thor's struggle. She watched him from a distance, her heart pounding to an erratic rhythm, torn between loyalty and fear. With every rumble of thunder, she felt the clench of desperation in her chest as she fought the instinct to run toward him. She, too, was a warrior in her own right, battling the shadows of the past. What would it take to save him, she whispered, her voice barely cutting through the cacophony of nature's fury. I could see the glint of tears in her eyes, reflecting the storm, a tempest of her own. Jane! Thor's voice boomed, cutting through the chaos like a bolt of lightning. It was a plea, a command, and a confession all at once. He wanted her to come closer, to share in his torment, but the distance felt insurmountable, a chasm carved by his own insecurities. Did he know that every time he lifted Mjölnir, it wasn't just a weapon that hungered for battle? No, it was a symbol of his struggle, a reminder of a lineage he felt unworthy to uphold. I remember the whispers of the past, the echoes of battles fought and lost. How he once reveled in his strength, his laughter booming like thunder, but time had turned that laughter into a mask, a veil to hide the cracks forming beneath the surface. With the weight of expectation crushing down on him, it was no wonder he sought solace in the storm, embracing chaos rather than confronting the vulnerability that lay within. As the clouds roiled overhead, I felt the pull of destiny tightening its grip, the inevitability of confrontation. Loki loomed nearby, his presence a dark shadow against the backdrop of storm and flame. His smile was a flicker of mischief, but underneath it lay a well of sadness, a twisted bond of brotherhood. You think you can save him, Jane? Loki asked, his voice laced with sardonic glee. Do you know how heavy that crown is? It would crush a lesser god. I could see the flicker of anger in Thor's eyes as he faced his brother, torn between a longing for connection and the desire to break free from the shackles of familial expectations. Enough! Thor's roar cut through the air, a visceral sound that resonated deep within my bones. The earth trembled as if acknowledging the gravity of his words. He took a step forward, heart racing, and the storm answered him, wind whipping around him in a frenzy. The struggle played out like a dance, chaotic yet beautiful, each movement revealing layers of anger, love, and desperation. I found myself holding my breath, caught in the web of their complicated relationship, unsure if I was witnessing a fight or a plea for understanding. Why do you insist on being the hero? Loki spat, the bitterness in his tone like venom. You're not perfect, brother. You never were. I felt the impact of those words, as if they were stones thrown into the still waters of Thor's heart, rippling outward, creating waves of conflict. How could one bear the weight of perfection when, beneath it all, vulnerability seeped through the cracks? The storm raged on, a reflection of the chaos within, and I was transfixed, unable to turn away. I remember, Thor's voice dropped to a whisper, almost lost in the tempest. I remember the nights spent questioning who I was. The dreams that felt like shadows, always out of reach. His eyes glistened, caught between the man he was expected to be and the man he feared he had become. The storm was no longer just a backdrop, it was a living entity, mirroring the tumultuous emotions spilling out. With every clap of thunder, I felt the weight of his past pressing down on him, ghosts of battles he had fought, the faces of comrades lost, the echoes of laughter now turned to silence. I am not just a god, he cried. I am a man shaped by regret, by loss. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the raw, unfiltered truth that lay at the heart of Thor's character, a relentless pursuit of redemption woven into the fabric of his being. And Jane, her heart caught in the storm, took a step forward, her voice breaking through the tempest. You don't have to fight this alone, she shouted, her words a lifeline tossed into the raging sea. But the tension hung thick, a suffocating haze that threatened to drown them both. I could feel my own heart racing, echoing the fear that clung to the air. Would they find each other amidst the chaos, or would the storm consume them both, leaving only shadows in the wake? With every beat, every breath, the climax loomed closer, a flashpoint where emotions would either ignite or extinguish. What would become of Thor, this tempest of a god caught between thunder and silence? And would Jane's courage be enough to bridge the chasm of doubt, to reach the heart of the man beneath the god? As the clouds roiled, the earth trembled beneath our feet, and I could feel an unshakable sense of inevitability coursing through my veins. I was bound to the moment, helpless yet captivated, waiting for the storm to break, for the heart of the story to shatter like glass, revealing the raw beauty and pain that lay beneath. Time seemed to stretch, the world around us refracting in the chaos, and I knew this was only the beginning. The echo of longing, the cacophony of conflict, it was all leading to something larger, something that would intertwine their fates in the tapestry of existence, where every heartbeat was a testament to the struggle of being both God and man. The hammer crashed down, a thunderous roar that echoed in the marrow of the earth. I could feel it in my bones, a warning, a call to arms. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke that curled from the fires in the village below. Shadows danced around me, and for a moment, I stood frozen, the weight of destiny pressing on my chest like a stone. I remember the day it all began, the moment when fate tightened its grip around me. The villagers were gathering, their faces drawn, fear etched into every line. Thora, my sister, stood at the forefront, her hands trembling as she clutched her necklace, a simple piece, yet it glinted with the promise of protection. She had lost so much already, and now, standing at the precipice of something unspeakable, I could see the ripple of dread in her eyes. What if it comes for us? The question hung in the air, heavy, suffocating. Behind us, the forest loomed, dark and whispering. I felt a shiver race down my spine. You could feel it, the way the trees twisted, gnarled and ancient, like fingers grasping for something lost. I remembered the stories, the tales of our ancestors, of gods and giants locked in eternal conflict, but those were just stories, weren't they? Except now, that thunderous hammer was real, and it felt like the heartbeat of the world itself, pulsing with the promise of destruction. "Keep your head, Thora," I murmured, but the words felt feeble, as if they could crumble under the weight of what was to come. "We must prepare." The urgency in my voice masked the tremor beneath. I felt the pull of inevitability, a sensation akin to being dragged into the depths of an icy sea, helpless against the tide of fate. In the distance, I saw Eirik, my childhood friend, standing at the edge of the gathering. His brow furrowed, lips pressed in a tight line, and I could sense the storm brewing inside him. Eirik had always been fiery, passionate, but now he was a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. "We can't let fear rule us," he shouted, his voice raw and fierce. "We have to fight back. We have to show them we're not afraid." And I ached for that defiance, for that boldness that coursed through him like wildfire. But in his eyes, I saw the same terror that gripped my heart. He was a warrior, yes, but warriors bled too. I thought of the ghost stories we shared around the fire, laughter ringing in the night, the absurdity of life, how we had brushed shoulders with the macabre and laughed. They bathed once a year, I had joked once, so yeah, romance was earthy. But now, the laughter felt fragile, shattering like glass underfoot. The hammer struck again, louder this time, and the ground trembled beneath us. It was as if the very earth was groaning under the weight of fate. I felt the vibrations in my chest, a reminder that time was slipping away. I turned to Thora, her face pale as she glanced at me, searching for reassurance. "What if we can't stop it?" she whispered, the tremor in her voice slicing through me like a dagger. "Then we make our stand," I replied, though doubt gnawed at my insides. In this moment, every heartbeat was a question, every breath a plea to the cosmos. I felt the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that we were but threads in a tapestry woven by the hands of fate. I glanced back at Eirik, the fire in his eyes flickering. "What if we're not meant to win?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The world around us felt vast, infinite, and cruel. What if we were mere pawns in some cosmic game, destined to be swept away like leaves in the autumn wind? "I would rather go down fighting," he growled, "than live in fear." His resolve ignited a spark within me, something primal and raw. The thought of facing whatever monstrosity lurked beyond the tree line ignited a fire in my veins. But that fire came with a cost, and understanding that fate was not a kindly mistress. She was a merciless force, and we were bound to her, shackled to the whims of a world that cared nothing for our struggles. Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by a chilling howl, like the wailing of lost souls drifting through the night. It pierced the air, sending chills racing down my spine. My heart slammed against my ribs, a wild drumbeat of fear. I turned back to my sister, who stood frozen, eyes wide, as shadows crept closer, swirling around the edges of the clearing. "Stay together!" I shouted, but my voice felt small, swallowed by the terror that hung thick around us. The shadows twisted, and I felt ancient eyes watching from the darkness, hungry and cold. The moment stretched into an eternity, each second a lifetime, each breath a prayer. Eric stepped forward, emboldened, fists clenched at his sides. "Whatever comes, we face it together," he declared, and his words ignited a silent promise between us. In that shared heartbeat, amidst the chaos and the uncertainty, I felt it, a bond forged in the fires of fear and defiance. And then, the shadows lunged, and the world exploded into a cacophony of sound. My heart raced, racing alongside the hammering of my pulse, as we stood ready, caught in that terrifying paradox of hope and despair. Fate had come knocking, and we were the ones to answer. The air was electric, buzzing with the frayed edges of what was to come. Each breath was heavy with anticipation, every heartbeat echoing the relentless march of destiny. There was no turning back now. The hammer would fall, and we would meet it with all the fury of our hearts. Each second ticked away, and I could feel the weight of our choices, the gravity of the moment pressing down, promising an unforgettable confrontation with the churning depths of fate itself. Lightning flashes across the darkened sky, illuminating the silhouette of a colossal figure against the storm. Thor, the god of thunder, stands there, muscles tense, eyes blazing with a fury that rattles the heavens. In his right hand, Mjölnir, the hammer forged in the heart of a dying star, pulsates with an otherworldly light, a heartbeat of its own. I remember the taste of rain on my lips, the metallic tang of fear swirling in the air. You could feel it, hear it, nature's breath caught in its throat, waiting for the inevitable clash. But it wasn't merely a battle brewing in that tempest. In the heart of the storm stood Freya, her hair whipping like serpents in the wind, eyes filled with a storm of their own, anguish, love, desire. Torn between her duty and her heart, she whispered a secret to the shadows, a truth buried deep within. She loved him fiercely, but knew the weight of that love might shatter the world. "I remember," she said, voice barely audible above the roar, "the first time I saw him wield Mjölnir. I thought he could crush the very sky." In the distance, a figure approached, a young artist named Eric, sketchbook clutched like a lifeline. He had followed myths since childhood, painted them in colors borrowed from his dreams. Yet the reality was an unrelenting storm of uncertainty, his own heart echoing with doubt. "I remember," he murmured as he sketched, "the stories my grandmother told. How they danced through my veins like wildfire." Each line he traced on the paper was a desperate plea, a way to capture the rawness of their existence, but with every stroke, he felt the enormity of their tragedies. Thunder rolled overhead, a reminder that time was fleeting, that these moments were not just memories but an unbroken chain of art and emotion. Freya clenched her fists, feeling the weight of expectation. To be a goddess was to be chained to the past, to be an artist was to bear witness to the future. What if, she dared to ask, I let the hammer choose? What if I let Mjölnir decide who is worthy? Not like this. Eric shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. You can't leave it to fate. You're the one who makes the choice. He knew her conflict too well. It was the echo of his own indecision, the fear of stepping into the unknown. Every brushstroke could shatter the canvas of their lives, and yet, as he drew Thor's fierce visage, he felt the power pulsing through him, a reminder that art was not just creation, but rebellion. Outside, the storm raged, a violent symphony of thunder and rain. I could hear the heartbeat of the world, each drop a reminder of the lives entwined in this moment. Each character was painted in shades of despair and hope, reflecting the very essence of humanity. Freya watched Thor, her heart a battlefield, longing to run to him, yet tethered by the chains of her own making. I remember, she whispered, the stories told around the firelight, how love could conquer even gods, yet here I stand, afraid of the very power I wield. The sky screamed in outrage as Thor raised Mjölnir, the hammer crackling with energy, channeling the raw force of the cosmos. He was a warrior, but also a man, a hero burdened by the enormity of his legacy. I remember, he growled, the faces of those I've lost, the cries of those who need me. This hammer is not just a weapon, it's the weight of their hopes. Eirik felt the pulse of history in his bones, the artistic representations of Thor and Mjölnir spanning centuries, each one a reflection of their creator's soul. Ancient tapestries depicted epic battles, but the truth was far more complex. Each artist infused their own fears, dreams, and heartbreaks into those images. Wasn't that the essence of existence itself? To pour our lives into our crafts, to bleed onto the canvas of time? With renewed vigor, he began to sketch the tempest, the chaos reflecting the tumult within him. Shadows danced, whispers of past artists echoing in his mind. "You are not alone," they seemed to say, "we have all faced the storm." Freya stepped forward, her voice breaking through the thunder. "This is our moment. Together, we hold the strength of all those who came before us." In that moment, she was both goddess and human, raw and unfiltered. The storm roared in agreement. The skies trembled as Thor lowered Mjölnir, the very universe caught in the breath of anticipation. "We stand on the precipice of change," he said, eyes locked onto Freya's. "With this hammer, I will forge a new path. But I need your strength, your love. We can reshape the heavens." Eirik's heart raced, each beat synchronizing with the storm. This was not just about gods or legends, it was about art, about life refracted through their struggles. I remember, he thought, the dream of creating something that lasts. A hammer that can break chains, a love that can mend hearts. In that electrifying instant, they became a trinity of creators, each one battling their own storm, yet intertwined like threads in a greater tapestry. The darkness swirled around them, but within that chaos, they found clarity. They were not just artists or gods, they were living, breathing symbols of resilience. And as the storm raged, a new dawn began to creep over the horizon, a whisper of hope amidst the chaos. The shadows of time stretched and shifted, revealing glimpses of the past, the present, and the countless stories yet to be told. They stood together, united against the storm, Thor, Freya, and Eirik, carrying the weight of their histories, anticipating the battles to come. With every heartbeat, the thunder echoed their resolve. This moment was not an end but a beginning. Time flowed like a river, and they were not merely characters in a tale, they were the essence of creation itself, bound by the storms of their choices. As the fury of the clouds began to subside, they understood that their journey was far from over. No, this was merely a chapter, a breath in the tapestry of existence. The storm would return, but so would the light. In the dance of shadows and hope, they stood ready to face the unknown, forever intertwined in a story that never truly ends. The night was a vault of black, suffocating and thick, where the moon drowned behind clouds like a weary traveler seeking rest. I stood there, trembling on the edges of ancient graves, crumbling stones whispering secrets from forgotten souls. The air was electric, charged with an intensity that made my skin prickle. The hammer, Mjölnir, lay there, hidden beneath a shroud of earth and moss, its presence both ominous and magnetic, pulling me closer like a moth to a flickering flame. I remember the first time I felt its weight, heavy, cold, and brimming with stories, with the echoes of battles fought and lives lost. I had come here, a self-proclaimed history nerd, armed with nothing but curiosity and a slightly warped sense of humor. They bathed once a year. I had joked with friends earlier, so yeah, romance was earthy. But standing here now, I felt the absurdity evaporate. Here in the darkness, surrounded by the remnants of the past, laughter was a ghost haunting these hallowed grounds. The wind howled, a mournful wail that echoed the pain of those buried beneath. I thought of Bjorn, the warrior with a heart of gold and a temper to match. He had been my friend, my brother in arms, until he fell beneath the weight of a foe's sword, his dreams extinguished like a candle snuffed out in a storm. I had watched the life drain from his eyes, and I remembered how he had spoken of Mjölnir with such reverence, how he believed its power could protect us, could resurrect the fallen. I felt the emptiness where his laughter had been, the void that echoed in my soul, a dark room filled with shadows. Then there was Freya, fierce and unapologetic, with a spirit like wildfire, who chased dreams through the meadows like a child chasing butterflies. She had loved Bjorn fiercely, and now, she stood at the precipice of despair, clinging to the hope that his spirit lingered nearby, that perhaps, just perhaps, the hammer held answers. I saw her in my mind's eye, wild hair whipping in the wind, eyes ablaze as she knelt by the grave, fingers brushing against the earth, searching for a sign, a whisper from the universe that would ease her pain. I could feel the tension crackle between us, pulling tight like the string of a bow, ready to snap. The thought of digging deeper filled me with dread, yet I felt an unyielding pull, as if the hammer itself was beckoning us. "It's just a relic," I had once said dismissively, "a piece of history." But those words felt hollow now, echoes of my own ignorance ringing painfully true. The hammer was more than an object, it was a talisman, a bridge between realms, a means to confront the darkness that enveloped us. Freya's voice cut through the silence, raw and broken. "Do you think he would have wanted this? Would he want us to linger in this place of shadows, trapped in the past?" Her words hung like a noose around my heart. I understood her need for release, her desire to leave the haunting behind, but I felt the hammer's weight, an anchor against the flow of time, a reminder that the past cannot be erased. It clung to us, suffocating and persistent, like a fog that swallows whole the memories of sunlit days. And then the ground shuddered underfoot, a heartbeat of the earth itself, sending tremors through my bones. I caught a glimpse of the hammer beneath the dirt, glinting like a distant star. It felt alive, an entity vibrating with energy, its power resonating with the grief we carried. It called to me, urging me to unleash our sorrow, our anger, our love. "We must dig it out," I found myself saying, the words tumbling from my lips with an urgency that shocked me. Freya's eyes widened, a flicker of hope igniting within. "But what if it's cursed? What if it brings more pain?" I could see the battle raging within her, the conflict between fear and yearning. I wanted to tell her that pain was already here, festering and gnawing at our hearts. But I knew words wouldn't suffice, we had to confront our demons, to face the darkness that loomed over us. Together, we fell to our knees, hands clawing at the soil, fingers digging deep into the earth that held our past captive. The dirt was cold, gritty, and unforgiving, but with each handful, I felt the weight of our shared despair lift, the darkness receding just a little. Memories flooded back, Bjorn's laughter echoing through the halls, Freya's wild spirit dancing under the sun, the warmth of friendship binding us together like the strongest chain. With every scoop of earth, I felt more alive, more connected to them, to the remnants of lives lived fully, if only for a moment. Time blurred as we unearthed the hammer, our breaths mingling with the earth's whispered stories. The hammer emerged, glistening like a beacon of hope. It was both fearsome and beautiful, a paradox that mirrored our own lives. Mjölnir, I breathed, the name escaping my lips like a prayer. The air shifted, charged with energy, as if the cosmos itself had paused to witness our act of defiance. This was not just a relic, it was a promise, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there lies an ember of hope, a flicker of light that can guide us through the darkest nights. Freya and I grasped the hammer, hands trembling, hearts racing, as the weight of our grief melded into a newfound resolve. We were bound not just by loss, but by the shared belief that love transcends even death. The night sky bore witness, stars twinkling like the eyes of those we had lost, urging us on, entwining our fates in a tapestry woven from the threads of memory and longing. But the darkness lingered. Shadows grew long, stretching around us, wrapping us in a cloak of uncertainty. I knew that this confrontation was only the beginning. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my fingers, the rhythm of time marching forward, relentless and unforgiving. The hammer was but a portal, a means to face the ghosts that haunted us, to challenge the void left by our losses. Together, we stood at the edge of the abyss, hearts pounding, ready to confront whatever lay beyond. And as the wind howled its haunting melody, I realized the journey was far from over. The grave held more than just bones, it held the weight of our past, the echoes of love lost, and the strength to emerge anew. The night was still a prison, but it was one we would face together, armed with the hammer, fortified by shared grief and unyielding hope. Thunder rumbles in the distance, a low growl that seizes the air and rattles the bones of the earth beneath my feet. I stand on the edge of the world, the horizon smeared with violent hues of bruised purple and fiery orange. The sky, a living canvas, trembles as if anticipating the clash of titans. In my hand, Mjölnir feels alive, pulsing, a heartbeat echoing through the very fabric of existence. The weight of history and destiny presses down on me like a shroud, and I can't shake the feeling that this moment, this very breath, is teetering on the brink of oblivion. Jorg, my brother, stands beside me, his jaw clenched tight, eyes dark as storm clouds. He is a warrior carved from granite, his spirit set ablaze with a fierce loyalty. Yet, in this moment, he falters, doubt flickers like a candle in a tempest. What if it's too late, he whispers, the tremor in his voice betraying him. I want to scream that there's no room for doubt in the face of the approaching darkness, that faith is all we have. But I can see it in his eyes, the ghosts of our past haunt him, each failure a chain dragging him back from the precipice. And there's Freya, fierce and ethereal, the flicker of her golden hair catching the dying light. She is the thread that binds us, a conduit of raw emotion, her laughter a melody that lingers even as the shadows of war loom over us. But tonight, her eyes are filled with something far from laughter, they are pools of sorrow, reflecting her inner turmoil. Why do we keep fighting? She asks, her voice breaking. Is this what the gods want? Or are we mere pawns in their game? The question hangs in the air like a noose, and my heart aches for her. I want to tell her we fight for love, for what's left of our humanity, for the chance to see tomorrow. But the truth is, I don't even know if I believe it. The ground trembles beneath us, a reminder that the cosmos isn't indifferent, it watches with bated breath. Shadows stretch like fingers, whispering secrets of a time when the gods walked among us, and Mjölnir was not just a weapon but a promise of protection. I remember the tales, the roaring fires, the songs of old. I remember the warmth of home, the sweet scent of fresh bread, and the laughter that danced through the halls. All gone now, replaced by the acrid smell of fear and the bitter taste of loss. But here, in this moment, I am fueled by something primal, adrenaline surges through my veins, a torrent of blood and fire. The air is heavy, electric. We face our fate, I say, my voice steady against the storm. This is our moment. We either stand together or fall divided. The words feel like a spell, binding us tighter than any blood oath. I can feel Jorg's resolve hardening, a flicker of the warrior he used to be igniting within him. Freya's expression shifts, the shadows retreating just a fraction, and I cling to that glimmer of hope. The horizon shatters as the first bolt of lightning splits the sky, an omen of what's to come. Thunder crashes, a sound that vibrates through my bones, reverberating like a heartbeat, primal and raw. I brandish Mjölnir, the silver glint reflecting the chaos above, and it feels like an extension of my very soul. As the storm rolls in, I can almost hear the whispers of the ancients carried on the wind. This is not just a battle for survival, the voices seem to murmur. It is a struggle for the very essence of existence. Jorg charges forward, a tempest in human form, his axe raised high, the embodiment of fury and courage. For the fallen, he roars, and his voice slices through the air like a blade. I follow, my feet pounding the earth, each step a defiance against the fear curling inside me. I can't let them see my hesitation, I am a conduit of their strength. Freya fights beside us, her magic weaving through the storm, a dance of light and shadow, chaos and grace. And then, in that cacophony of thunder and rage, I see them, the figures emerging from the darkness, the harbingers of doom. The giants of Jotunheim, shadows of the cosmos, their eyes glimmering with malice. They march with the weight of eons behind them, their laughter a haunting echo that reverberates in my chest. My heart races, a primal drum urging me to fight, to rise against the tide of despair. Together? I shout, my voice barely piercing the storm as we clash against the oncoming tide. Each swing of Mjölnir feels like the heartbeat of the universe, the pulse of creation and destruction intertwined. I remember the warmth of laughter fading into silence, the moments of joy now twisted into nightmares. But here, in this battle, in the heart of chaos, I find clarity, a desperate hope that flickers like a dying star. The night wraps around us, a dark blanket suffocating the last remnants of light. Each breath I take feels like a desperate gasp for salvation. I can feel the weight of our struggles, our sacrifices, a tapestry of pain and love woven together. The storm rages on, but beneath the chaos, there's a whisper, a promise that echoes softly through the din. We are not alone. But just as the thought solidifies, doubt creeps back in, a chilling shadow lurking in the corners of my mind. What if we fail? What if this battle is the end? As the giants charge forward, I glance at Jorg and Freya, their faces a mirror of my own fears. Yet, there's a spark of defiance in their eyes, a reflection of the strength we have built together. And so, as the night deepens and the clash of worlds unfolds, I grip Mjölnir tighter, feeling its power surge through me like an avalanche. The storm is not just outside, it rages within. But in this moment, with thunder roaring and shadows closing in, we become more than mere warriors. We become the heartbeat of the universe, the last flicker against the darkness. And as the first blow falls, I realize that somehow, against all odds, we will carve our place in the stars. Not just as fighters, but as echoes in the cosmos, woven into the very fabric of history. We will rise, we will fall, and in the end, we will shimmer like constellations, forever entwined in the mythos of our world. The air crackled, thick with the scent of smoke and trepidation, as the night wrapped its inky fingers around the village. The moon hung low, a watchful eye, casting eerie shadows that danced like restless spirits. I stood there, breath held tight, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Beneath the trembling surface of my skin, fear surged, raw and primal, a beast ready to break free. In the distance, the hammer fell again, a sound that reverberated through the cobbled streets, sending tremors through my very soul. Each strike echoed a warning, a message from the past that refused to fade. I could see him, the blacksmith, his silhouette illuminated by the glowing forge, muscles taut and glistening with sweat. This was not merely work, this was a ritual, a desperate attempt to forge something that had long been lost, hope. His name was Aidan, a man haunted by the weight of his family's legacy, bound to a hammer that was more than just metal and wood, it was a curse. Each stroke was a reminder of his father, the master, who had once wielded it with grace and power, creating wonders that whispered to the hearts of those in need. Now, all Aidan could conjure were echoes of the past, a ghostly refrain that mocked him with every clang. The villagers watched, their eyes heavy with expectation and fear. They knew the tales, the stories passed down like delicate threads, tales of the hammer that once built kingdoms and now shattered them. But beside him stood Mara, a flame-haired spirit with eyes that held the tempest of the sea. She was a healer, a woman whose hands could mend bones but whose heart felt like shattered glass. Mara loved Aidan, fiercely, desperately, but their love was fraught with the kind of tension that could fracture worlds. She remembered the nights when they would sit beneath the stars, sharing dreams that melted into the quiet. Now those dreams were shards of a fragile tapestry, unraveling with each blow of the hammer. "Do you remember," she said, her voice barely a whisper above the din, "the stories they told us as children? The heroes, the legends." Her eyes flickered towards the forge, the firelight reflecting in them like shattered stars. "They all came with a cost, didn't they?" Aidan's response was swallowed by the echo of the hammer, his brow furrowed, lips pressed into a thin line. "We can't afford to remember," he replied, his voice thick with pain. "Not when the past haunts us like a ghost, demanding payment for every joy we ever felt." With every strike, I could feel the weight of history pressing down, a reminder of how easily love could turn to desperation, how hope could morph into despair. The villagers gathered, shadows in the night, their faces etched with worry. They had seen the darkness that enveloped Aidan, the way the hammer seemed to call to him, a siren song luring him into the depths of despair. One stroke too many, and the air would shatter. "Help him," a voice cried out from the crowd, a woman cradling a child, fear etched in her features. "We need him to create. Our crops have failed, and the winter is upon us." Mara stepped forward, her heart racing, a mix of love and fear twisting in her gut. "Aidan, please," she implored, stepping into the glow of the forge. "Don't let it consume you." But he was lost in the rhythm, lost to the hammer's call. Each strike sent sparks flying, illuminating the dark corners of their lives, secrets buried, regrets festering like wounds that refuse to heal. The night deepened, tension coiling like a serpent ready to strike. It was then that a figure emerged from the shadows, an elder, his bones knotted like twisted roots, a whisper of centuries in his voice. The hammer cannot lay to rest the sins of the heart, boy. Only you can. Aiden's eyes narrowed, frustration pooling like storm clouds. You don't understand. You weren't there when it shattered. You don't know the weight of the legacy. I remember, the elder replied, voice steady as granite. I remember what happens when you wield power without understanding the cost. I was once like you, lost in the echoes, until I learned that it is love, not the hammer, that builds. It is love that creates. Time hung heavy, like a pendulum swinging in slow agony. Aiden faltered, the hammer poised mid-air, trembling against the inevitability that loomed. In that breathless moment, Mara reached out, her fingers brushing against his arm, a lifeline stretched across the chasm. Remember the stories, she urged, voice trembling. Remember the joy, the laughter, the warmth of the hearth. The hammer can forge new beginnings if you let it. But Aiden was caught in a tempest, a storm of emotions crashing against his resolve. What if I forge nothing but despair, he shouted, the power of his fear reverberating through the night. The elder's gaze pierced him, unflinching. Then you must break the cycle. Tonight, let the hammer ring out not for destruction, but for creation. Forgive the past, Aiden. Set it free. In that charged silence, every heartbeat echoed, a plea, a promise, the world holding its breath. The hammer shimmered in the firelight, a vessel of potential, raw and unrefined. Aiden stood on the precipice, the darkness thrumming in his veins, but the flicker of hope sparked in his chest. He took a breath, deep and grounding, the weight of generations shifting as he lowered the hammer, a choice made in the crucible of despair. And as he struck, the sound transformed, no longer a death knell but a birth cry, the promise of something new, something alive. With each blow, the shadows retreated, the village holding onto that sound, that heartbeat of creation, echoing into the night. Mara's hand was still on his arm, grounding him, reminding him that love was the true forge. And as the moon watched, a sentinel in the darkness, the villagers leaned closer, drawn to the warmth radiating from the forge, feeling the pulse of a story being rewritten, a tapestry woven anew, each thread glowing with possibility, stitched together by the very essence of what it meant to hope. The air shimmered with promise, and as the hammer fell, it sang a song of redemption, a melody that would ripple through time, whispering the tales of old and new, forever entwined in the heart of the village, waiting to be told again. Thunder cracked, a jagged shard of sound slicing through the heavy air, raking against the spine like a shock of cold steel. I stood there, heart thundering, pulse racing as the storm raged in the sky above. A storm unlike any I had witnessed before, electricity licked the clouds like a hungry beast, a warning of the chaos brewing within. Below, in the heart of Asgard, the tension was palpable, thick like smoke, suffocating yet intoxicating. There was a showdown brewing, and I could feel it, taste it, like the metallic tang of blood on my tongue. Thor stood at the precipice of fury, his hammer, Mjölnir, crackling with energy, a storm contained in his hand. His blue eyes glinted, fierce and wild, and behind that bravado lay a heart heavy with conflict. Loki, he bellowed. His voice echoed through the air, reverberating off the towering walls of the grand hall, a cry of frustration laced with brotherly love that had turned sour. The mention of that name was a curse and a prayer, a riddle wrapped in shadows. Loki, the trickster, the embodiment of chaos, lingered just beyond the edge of the flickering light. A smirk danced on his lips, a dagger concealed in silk. I could almost see the memories crashing around him like waves, screams of betrayal, laughter that clawed at the edges of loyalty. He was a puzzle wrapped in a riddle, a shadow darting through the cracks of reality. You think you know me, thought I, he taunted, his voice smooth like poisoned honey. You think you can tame the storm that resides in me. The air thickened, crackling with anticipation. I could feel Thor's heart, a drum pounding in protest. Brother, he pleaded, a hint of desperation breaking through his stoic facade. We were meant to stand united, not as enemies. I remember the days when laughter danced between us like fireflies in the night. memories flickered in the dark, illuminated briefly by the lightning overhead. I remembered Thor and Loki, side by side, laughing as they tumbled through meadows, the sun glistening on their golden hair, a bond forged in innocence, now tarnished by betrayal. "You've turned your back," Thor yelled, voice cracking, straining against the weight of his brother's choices. "You've chosen chaos over kinship." Odin watched from the shadows, a spectre cloaked in regret and power. His one eye gleamed with ancient wisdom, but today it was clouded with anguish. He had seen too many storms, too many betrayals, and his heart bore the scars of 1,000 battles fought not with swords, but with whispers of fate. "Thor," he murmured, his voice a low rumble, "bring him back. He is not lost yet." But even as he spoke, I could see the doubt etched into the lines of his face, the ghost of hope flickering like a dying flame. "Back?" Loki sneered, his laughter a sharp blade cutting through the tension. "You think I want your forgiveness? You think I want your acceptance? I was never meant to fit in your mold, Thor. I was born from fire, not the light you bask in." His eyes burned, fierce and bright, challenging everything Thor stood for. But behind that bravado lay a chasm of pain, eyes that could pierce through to the soul. I could see it, the flicker of vulnerability, the fear of being utterly alone. He was a child lost in the vastness of the cosmos, reaching for a star that would never shine for him. "I remember," I whispered, almost to myself, the longing to be seen, to be loved. Each word fell like stones on a fragile bridge, each heartbeat synced with the thunder rolling above us. Thor's hands trembled around Mjölnir, and I could feel his frustration bubbling, a cauldron of raw emotion threatening to boil over. "You're my brother, Loki. This isn't just about you. It never was. Can't you see what you're throwing away?" But Loki's heart was a fortress, impenetrable yet crumbling. "You think I care about your love? Your acceptance? I am a god of mischief, Thor. I thrive in the shadows you fear." His voice echoed, a symphony of chaos, breaking the stillness like glass shattering on stone. The storm surged above, a reflection of the turmoil below, as Odin's voice sliced through the tempest. "Enough!" The word was a command, heavy with authority, but also laden with sorrow. "You are both my sons, born of different paths, yet bound by blood. Do not let this storm consume you." But storms, once unleashed, are not easily tamed. They rage and howl, tearing apart everything in their wake. Loki stepped closer, shadows wrapping around him like a lover. "You wanted a hero, Thor. I was never meant to be that. I am the darkness that complements your light." In that moment, a heartbeat stretched across eternity, and I felt the weight of every choice they had made, each failed attempt, every whispered secret, every cruel joke that cut deeper than a sword. Thor's breath hitched, an avalanche of emotions crashing within. "Then let me be your light, brother. Let me guide you back from the edge." But Loki only laughed, a sound that chilled the marrow in my bones. "You will never understand me, Thor. I am both the monster and the muse. Your light is too bright for my shadows." Thunder roared, and the heavens themselves seemed to weep, droplets of rain mingling with tears unshed. I stood between them, a ghost caught in their storm, cradling the weight of their despair. The world felt vast, and yet so small, so fragile. Time ticked on, a relentless clock, echoing the heartbeat of creation. With each moment, the divide grew wider, a gaping chasm filled with unspoken words and unhealed wounds. I remembered that feeling, the ache of wanting, of needing, of loving someone who couldn't love you back in the way you needed. I wanted to scream, to bridge that gap, to let them see the light in each other, but the storm raged on, relentless and unforgiving. And as the storm roared, the line blurred between brothers and enemies, love and hate. I felt their anguish pierce through my soul, and with it, the realization that some storms are destined to rage, no matter how much we wish for peace. Thunder rumbled like a beast awakening from a long slumber, echoing through the desolate valley where shadows of ancient oaks twisted grotesquely under a bruised sky. Wind whirled, carrying a chill that bit at the skin, whispering secrets of the past into the ears of those who dared to listen. Each heartbeat felt like a drum, a call to arms, vibrating with the weight of what had been lost. I stood there, my heart racing, an erratic metronome of fear and longing. This was not a mere storm brewing overhead, it was the tempest of retribution. I could feel it. With every gust, memories clawed at my mind, drawing me back into a distant ache, a yearning for justice. My fingers brushed the smooth, familiar handle of Mjölnir, its weight a tether to an existence steeped in myth. The hammer pulsed with a life of its own, an echo of vengeance, a promise of balance. But it was Tilda who haunted me more. Her eyes, those once bright beacons of defiance, now dulled by betrayal, locked onto me with an intensity that split my soul in two. I remembered her laughter, wild and untamed as the wind, a sound that could chase away shadows. Now, that laughter was a ghost, swallowed by the darkness of her grief. The night her brother fell, struck down by the cruel hands of a corrupt chieftain, she had become a vessel of rage, a flame licking at the edges of despair. "Will you make them pay?" she whispered, each word a dagger. "Will you wield Mjölnir like it was meant to be used?" I could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, yet it was wrapped tightly in fear. The weight of those words crushed me. I was a man torn between love and vengeance, a puppet on strings woven from loss. As lightning arced across the sky, illuminating her figure, I felt the universe hold its breath. The air grew thick, heavy with unspoken truths and shattered dreams. I remembered the stories my father spun by the fire, tales of brave warriors wielding Mjölnir against giants and monsters, a beacon of justice in a world steeped in chaos. But here, in this moment, standing before the woman I loved and the echoes of a brother lost, the hammer felt more like a curse than a blessing. Justice was a blade with two edges, and I feared the blood it would spill. Then there was Sigurd, my closest friend, now a tempest of conflict himself. He had watched from the shadows, torn between loyalty and the crushing weight of his own choices. "You think you can be the hammer, the fist of justice," he spat, anger spilling over like molten rock. "You think it's that simple?" I saw the truth in his eyes, the bitterness of a man who had once believed in the righteousness of our cause, only to have it tainted by the blood we had shed. "You've changed," he said. "You wear your heart like a shroud, and it's suffocating you." I wanted to scream, to shake him and force him to see the world through my lens, a world where retribution was not just an echo of violence but a dance of justice. What is justice without sacrifice? I shot back, my voice raw. What is it worth if we stand back and let the wicked thrive? As thunder cracked above, I felt the tension ignite the air between us, a taut wire ready to snap. The weight of Mjölnir in my hand felt like a promise, but the price of that promise weighed heavier than a mountain. Tilda stepped forward, her voice low and fierce. "What if you fail? What if Mjölnir is not enough?" The question hung like a spectre, tangible and terrifying. I could see her heart beating beneath the surface, pulsing with the rhythm of a shared grief and an unspoken desire for vengeance. "Then I will be nothing but a memory," I whispered, the words escaping my lips like a tender confession. The storm around us swirled, a cacophony of nature's fury reflecting the turmoil in our hearts. Through the haze of uncertainty, I could feel Mjölnir vibrating with the weight of the past. It yearned for justice, yet here I stood, ensnared by memories of those we had lost, ghosts of decisions that clawed at my consciousness. The hammer, a conduit of wrath, seemed to hum with the cries of the wronged, a reminder that retribution was a double-edged sword meant to cut through the darkness. In that moment, a surge of clarity washed over me. I remembered the voices of those who had been silenced, their hopes now crumbled into dust. "I will not falter," I declared, the words a lifeline that tethered me to purpose. "I will wield this hammer not for vengeance, but for their justice." Lightning danced precariously across the sky, illuminating the path ahead, dark and twisted, yet enticing. Tilda's expression shifted, a flicker of understanding igniting in her eyes. She took a step closer, bridging the chasm between us with a simple act of faith. Sigurd remained, a storm of conflicting emotions, fear, anger, and something softer, more vulnerable. "Promise me," he said, his voice breaking, "that you won't become the very monster you seek to destroy." I nodded, the promise sealing my resolve. In that moment, reality blurred and morphed into a web of dreams and desires, echoing through the cosmos. Time stood still as the air thickened with anticipation, vibrating with the weight of what was to come. Shadows loomed, but I felt the warmth of hope peek through the cracks. As thunder roared again, I clenched Mjölnir tight, every fiber of my being thrumming with purpose. The storm was my ally now, a conduit of energy that would lead me to the heart of the battle. Tilda, Sigurd, and I stood united, 3 souls intertwined by pain and love, ready to write our own chapter in the saga of justice. The night pulsed with promise, the horizon ablaze with a reckoning that would define us all. And in that moment, I understood, justice was not merely a destination, but a journey, a storm that cleanses and binds together, a hammer that could wield both vengeance and hope. The air crackled with tension, a thick fog curling around the shadows of the ancient stone walls. I stood in the crumbling courtyard, feeling the ghostly weight of history press against my chest. The sun hung low in the sky, a sullen orb bleeding crimson into the horizon. This was not just a place. It was a relic of power, a whisper of strength that had mingled with the blood of countless warriors and dreamers. The hammer had struck here, once, and echoes of its resonance lingered like thunder in the distance. I could hear her breathing, sharp, frantic. Ilara, the woman who had fought her way through a world that sought to subjugate her. Her heart pounded in her chest, the rhythm like a war drum announcing the arrival of an army. She clutched the hilt of the sword, an heirloom passed down through generations, its blade glinting coldly in the dying light. She wasn't just wielding steel, she was holding onto the legacy of those who had fallen, those whose dreams of freedom had crumbled into dust. "It's now or never," she whispered, her voice a cocktail of fear and determination. And then there was Jax, his silhouette sharp against the dying sun, a man caught between the hammer and the anvil of his own choices. He had once been a soldier, a protector of the weak, but now, oh, how the mighty had fallen. Doubt twisted in his gut like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every second. He wanted to be her shield, but the weight of his past haunted him, a specter that wouldn't let go. "We can't keep running, Ilara," he called, his voice raw, filled with the bitter taste of regret. "What if we fail?" "Then we fail together," she shot back, her words like arrows aimed straight at his heart. The power of her conviction pierced through his despair, but still, the shadows loomed larger, darker. The hammer had forged their destinies in fire and blood, but it was also the fear of failure that chained him to the ground. The wind whispered secrets as it howled through the cracks in the walls, telling stories of triumph and agony. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a rhythm that resonated with the heartbeat of those who had come before. There was a truth here, buried beneath layers of stone and time, waiting to be unearthed. The hammer, their symbol of strength, had become a reminder that power could lift you high or crush you underfoot. Ilara stepped forward, her steel blue eyes fierce and unwavering. "I remember the stories of those who wielded this symbol," she said, her voice a low murmur. "They fought not just for power, but for something greater. A future." Each word hung in the air, heavy with the weight of hope. As she spoke, I glimpsed the flicker of light in her eyes, a fire ignited by the ghosts of the past. I remembered, no, I felt, the dreams of warriors who had once stood where she was now. Their courage, their blood spilled like ink upon the pages of history. The hammer's influence echoed through the ages, a reminder that true strength came not just from power but from the resolve to stand against the tide. Then, Jax's voice broke through the haze of history, raw and frantic. "What if we lose each other? What if this symbol we cling to is just an illusion?" His doubt hung heavy in the air like the scent of rain before a storm, drenching everything in a sense of foreboding. "Then we fight for it!" Ilara shouted, her spirit igniting the dark corners of the courtyard. "We fight for the dreams we refuse to let die in the shadows." She raised her sword, the blade shimmering, reflecting the fiery hues of the sunset like a beacon of hope. The act was electric, a spark that could light the path forward or set the world ablaze. In that moment, the air shifted, tension crackling like a lightning bolt. I felt it, a visceral energy, the kind that binds people together in their darkest hours. They were not alone, not ever. The hammer was not just a symbol, it was a bond that connected their hearts, fierce and unyielding. It pulsed through the air, a testament to their struggle, infused with the weight of countless lives. But in the depths of their resolve, a storm brewed, a maelstrom of consequence and doubt. The night was closing in, shadows creeping like serpents, threatening to swallow them whole. The specters of their choices loomed larger with every heartbeat, reminding them that power, while intoxicating, could corrupt. I remember, Ilara's voice faltered, and for a moment, doubt clouded her conviction. I remember the stories of those who had everything and lost it all. Jack stepped closer, his hand reaching for hers, the warmth of connection sparking against the chill of uncertainty. Then let's rewrite the story, he urged, his voice a gentle promise. Together. The night fell around them like a black veil, silencing the world, yet amplifying the whispers of their hearts. The tension swirled, thick and intoxicating, as they stood on the precipice of something monumental. Would they wield the hammer, or would it wield them? The air hummed with unspent energy, a reminder that their fate hung in the balance. The cosmos bore witness to their struggle, the stars above twinkling like distant souls urging them on. Time seemed to suspend itself, each second stretching into eternity, binding them in this moment of potential. And then, as if the universe had drawn a breath, the first clash of steel rang out, a sound so pure and resonant it felt like the very heartbeat of the earth. The hammer's influence surged, a force that transcended time and space, interlacing their destinies with those of countless others who had dared to dream, to fight, to love. In the face of darkness, they found light. In the frenzy of doubt, they found strength. And as the night deepened, so too did their resolve, an unbreakable bond shimmering in the moonlight, calling upon the legacy of the hammer, a symbol not just of power, but of the indomitable spirit that lies within us all. The wind howled, carrying their hopes and fears into the vast expanse of the cosmos, echoing the timeless struggle between light and dark. And as they stood there, poised for the confrontation to come, I felt the world shift beneath my feet, an unending dance of fate and choice, the heavy pulse of life thumping in time with the hammer's unyielding beat. Thunder cracked, a celestial drumbeat echoing through the spine of the city. The night air was thick, electric with anticipation, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for something just out of grasp. I stood on the precipice of a moment, my heart racing like a wild horse, an unrelenting pulse that thrummed through my veins. In the distance, lights flickered, a chaotic dance of colors, reflecting the chaos within me. The world was spinning, and the weight of Mjölnir, that ancient hammer, felt heavier than it ever had. I remember the first time I laid eyes on it. The hammer, solid and imposing, forged from a time when gods walked among men. I remember the whispers that followed it, stories of glory, of thunderous victories, and of the darkness that shadowed every triumph. Thor was not just a figure of strength, he was a tempest, a force that shaped destinies. But here, in this city pulsing with life, the legacy of the god had transformed, twisted into something strange and beautiful. It was a globalization, a metamorphosis that left me breathless. Two souls stood by me, their lives intricately woven into this chaotic tapestry. Lena, fierce and defiant, her hair a riot of curls like storm clouds ready to burst. She was a historian, a woman consumed by her passion for the past, yet haunted by her own mistakes. Her eyes, bright with intensity, conveyed the weight of knowing too much about the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of our beloved legends. "They've stolen the essence of him," she whispered, her voice trembling with conviction. "His power, his significance, it's become a brand." Then there was Amir, an artist with a soul like a canvas splattered with chaos and beauty. He saw the world through a lens of vibrancy that others often overlooked. Yet, a sadness lingered beneath his laughter, a profound longing for something he could not name. He looked at Lena, love-struck and bewildered, caught in the intersection of admiration and anxiety. "But isn't that what art does?" he breathed, his gaze flickering between the hammer and Lena. "Transforms pain into something beautiful." The air thickened, each word soaring and crashing like waves against the shore. I could feel it, the tension, the desperation, the need for understanding. Thunder rolled again, the heavens echoing their approval or warning. Was this the sound of ancient gods weeping for their lost children, or the laughter of those who reveled in the chaos? I remember the night we first confronted the truth. In a cramped apartment filled with echoes of forgotten dreams, we huddled together, conspirators caught in a web of history and hope. Maps were splayed on the table, each marked with the footprints of Mjölnir as it traveled through time and place. Lena traced a line from Scandinavia to far-off lands, her fingers trembling. "Do you see? It's not just a weapon anymore, it's a symbol, a brand to sell." It's become a joke, a trinket in the hands of those who don't understand its weight. Amir's eyes glimmered with a flicker of rebellion. But what if we can change that? He asked, his voice raw with passion. Art can reclaim it. We can remind people of its power, of its history. I felt the swell of emotion wash over me, a tidal wave of uncertainty and fear. Could art really reclaim what had been lost? The room felt stifling, the walls closing in as the truth loomed like a spectre in the corner. I wanted to believe. I wanted to shake the dust off the stories, to bring them back to life. But what if we were just grasping at shadows, trying to revive ghosts that had no intention of returning? Suddenly, the lights outside flickered, the city's heartbeat echoing like a drum in my ears. Chaos erupted, laughter morphing into screams, and the surreal became terrifyingly real. A protest surged through the streets, voices raised against the commercialization that had eclipsed the meaning of Mjölnir, its history lost in a sea of merchandise and marketing. They're tearing down the very essence of it. Lena shouted, her voice a battle cry that ignited something fierce within me. We spilled into the night, the three of us united in purpose, a makeshift band of warriors ready to reclaim our narrative. The streets were alive with fervor, each face lit with determination and fear. I felt the weight of Mjölnir in my heart, not the physical hammer, but the spirit of it, the stories of courage, of fearlessness that transcended time. The crowd surged forward, a collective heartbeat thrumming through the concrete jungle. Remember, I shouted, remember the tales of thunder and strength. Remember what it means to wield this power. My voice was swallowed by the tumult, but I felt it, an echo of the past resonating within each person, a reminder that we were all part of this story. Lena's voice called out above the roar, fierce and unapologetic. This is not just about Thor. This is about us, about reclaiming our identity. And Amir, his artistic spirit ablaze, began to sketch in the air, crafting images of Mjölnir amidst the chaos, a beacon of hope. As he drew, I could feel the energy shift, the tide turning. The weight of history pressed down, but beneath it glimmered the promise of connection, of rediscovery. In that moment, the world transformed. The night was no longer just a backdrop but a living entity, a canvas where stories collided and merged. I could see it, the echoes of ancient battles, the laughter of long-gone warriors, the warmth of shared humanity. The essence of Mjölnir pulsed like a heartbeat, binding us together in a tapestry woven from threads of past and present. As the night unfolded, we became the embodiment of every tale ever told, each heartbeat a resonant drum, each breath a reminder of the power we held. I knew, deep in my bones, that the struggle was far from over. The globalization of Thor was but a prelude, and in the heart of the storm, we would rise, reclaiming not just a hammer, but the very essence of who we were. And as dawn approached, the shadows receded, but the fire ignited within us would endure, an unyielding force that transcended time, cultures, and the relentless march of commercialization. We were a storm of our own, and the world would not forget. The tale was far from over, it was merely a beginning. Rain cascaded from the skies, each drop a tiny hammer striking the pavement, echoing the distant thunder like Mjölnir calling its rightful owner. I stood there, drenched and heart racing, feeling the pulse of the storm in my bones. The air was thick with electricity, anticipation crackling as if the very universe held its breath, waiting. It was a night that felt like a reckoning, a clash of shadows and echoes, where the past danced with the present in a ghostly waltz. I had never felt so alive, so painfully aware of the weight of my existence, of the choices that led me here. Kara's eyes flared with determination, fierce against the backdrop of the tempest. Her fists clenched, nails digging into her palms, drawing blood that mingled with the rain. "This is our moment, Aaron," she shouted above the roar, yet her voice trembled, a raw edge of fear barely contained. "We can't let them take it away." That it hung heavy in the air, a presence both grand and terrible. Mjölnir wasn't just a relic from a forgotten age, it was our lifeline, our last hope against the encroaching darkness that whispered promises laced with betrayal. I remember the first time I saw the hammer, its presence was like a thunderclap in my heart, a pulse that resonated with the ache of history and the weight of the future. But this wasn't just about a weapon. It was about legacy. It was about the fragile thread of humanity. The shadows of our ancestors loomed large over us, guiding us, mocking us. I had always laughed at history's absurdities, the way people romanticized battles and glory. Battlegrounds, I thought, were nothing more than a theater of pain. Yet here we were, caught in our own tragic play, scripts unwritten but the stakes impossibly high. I felt the weight of the night shift as a figure emerged from the darkness, a ghost with a past tangled in vengeance. Marcus, the man who once called me brother, now stood before us as an adversary, a reflection of what I feared becoming. His laughter was a sinister melody, cutting through the storm. "You think you can wield Mjölnir? You don't even understand its true power," he sneered, eyes glinting with the kind of madness that made my skin crawl. I wanted to scream back, to unleash the rage and confusion boiling inside me, the feeling of betrayal that coursed through my veins. But instead, I felt only a shiver down my spine, a whisper of doubt creeping in. Was he right? Did we truly grasp the depths of what we were fighting for? Mjölnir was more than a hammer, it was a symbol of our struggle, our defiance against fate itself. Kara's fingers brushed against mine, grounding me in that storm of uncertainty. "We need to focus, Aaron. We can't let fear paralyze us." Her voice, usually a beacon of hope, now trembled with an undercurrent of despair. I remembered when we first joined forces, two lost souls seeking purpose amid the chaos of a world that seemed determined to forget us. But what if we were destined to fail? What if Mjölnir fell into the wrong hands, its power twisted by greed and ambition? The city lay sprawled beneath us, a labyrinth of neon lights battling the shadows, a flickering heartbeat echoing our own. My heart thudded in my chest as I thought of all the lives depending on us, the people who believed in legends and heroes. How could I be their savior when I wasn't even sure I believed in myself? Thunder split the sky, and with it, the veil of doubt. I locked eyes with Marcus, and it was as if time itself held its breath. There was a flicker of recognition, a shared sorrow, a fragmented memory of better days. "We were brothers once," I whispered, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. "What happened to us?" He laughed again, a sound that echoed hollow in the storm. "Brothers?" Brother is a title given to those who hold loyalty. You chose your path, and I chose mine. His eyes narrowed, molten with anger and regret. "You're too late, Aaron. The hammer will never belong to someone like you." The world seemed to shift under my feet, the ground trembling with the weight of history. I had to confront the truth that Mjölnir was not just a weapon, it was a test. A test of worthiness, of determination, of the very fabric of humanity. I felt the wind howl around us, a chorus of voices rising from the depths of time. The ghostly whispers echoed through me, pulling me back, urging me to remember who I was. I stepped forward, heart pounding, the thrill of the storm igniting a fire inside me. "You don't understand," I shouted, the words bursting from me like a dam breaking. "It's not about the hammer. It's about what it represents, the struggle against despair, the fight for a better tomorrow. You can't take that away from us." Kara stepped beside me, and for a moment, the storm quieted, as if the universe itself paused to listen. "We are the future," she said, her voice steady, rising like a phoenix from ashes. "And we will not be silenced." A flicker of something passed through Marcus's face, a crack in his armor, a glimmer of the brother I once knew. But it vanished as quickly as it had come, swallowed by the gathering darkness. The storm raged on, the echoes of our conflict swirling in a tempest of emotion and resolve. As the rain lashed down and lightning seared the sky, I realized this night was only the beginning. The future of Mjölnir was not merely tied to a hammer. It pulsed with the raw essence of humanity, the choice between light and shadow, between despair and hope. With every heartbeat, the stakes rose higher, the shadows closing in, and I could feel a truth unfurling, a promise hanging in the air like the scent of rain on parched earth. This was our moment. Our fight. We were not merely fighting for a weapon, we were fighting for the very soul of our society. The confrontation loomed, but this was no ordinary battle. This was a reckoning, a moment steeped in history and destiny, and in the depths of my fear, I found clarity. I would not let the echoes of the past define us. I would wield Mjölnir, not just as a tool of destruction, but as a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in darkness, we could find the strength to forge our path forward. Then it hit me. Would I be worthy? It didn't matter. We were already in the storm, and the future was waiting for us, a tempest of emotions, a clash of ideals, a journey unbound from the chains of the past. It was time to fight. Time to embrace the chaos. Time to claim our legacy. The air crackled with tension, heavy like the clouds before a storm. In the dimly lit hall, shadows flickered against the cold stone walls, whispering secrets of a time long forgotten. A girl stood at the center, her heart pounding so loudly she feared the very walls would collapse under its weight. Ili's hands trembled as she grasped a hammer, forged in legend, its handle worn and its head imbued with an energy that pulsed like a heartbeat. The ghost of Thor loomed behind her, a silhouette of strength and defiance. This is not just a weapon, she thought, it is a promise. But promises come with burdens. She felt it in her bones as she turned to face the empty throne at the far end of the room. The air seemed to hum with the presence of her brother, Finn, who had been lost to rage and despair. His voice echoed in her mind, a haunting reminder of their broken bond. "You're not strong enough," he had said, and those words carved themselves into her heart. "You'll never be." And yet, here she stood, the hammer resting heavily against her thigh, a weight that demanded strength she wasn't sure she possessed. Outside, a storm raged, winds howling like the cries of the lost. She could feel the worlds colliding, the past and the future, hope and despair. Every gust of wind carried the scent of rain, a cleansing promise, but it also brought with it the bitter tang of regret. "I remember the stories," she whispered to the shadows, "the legends of a hammer that could level mountains and bring the dead to life." Her breath hitched, and she fought against the tears threatening to spill. "But what if I'm not worthy? What if this legacy is just a cruel joke?" Finn's laughter echoed in her mind, sharp as glass. "You'll never be worthy, Ili. You don't even know how to wield it." Those words hung in the air, a noose tightening around her throat. She squeezed her eyes shut, willing the memories away, forcing herself to focus. The crunch of footsteps shattered the silence. She turned, heart racing, to face the door. A figure emerged, Tarek, a warrior with eyes like storm clouds and a heart that burned with fierce loyalty. He had seen too much, lost too much, yet here he was, seeking solace in the chaos. "Ili," he breathed, his voice deep, resonant, like thunder rolling across the plains. "You have to do this." "It's not that simple," she retorted, a snarl escaping her lips. "You don't understand." "Understand what?" Tarek stepped closer, his jaw clenched, frustration etched into every line of his face. "That you're afraid? That you think you're not enough?" "I'm afraid of losing everything, Tarek." Her voice cracked, emotion flooding her words with an intensity that threatened to drown them both. "What if I'm not the hero everyone expects? What if I fail?" He stepped into her space, the air thick between them, charged like the storm outside. "Then you'll rise again. You'll learn. You'll grow. The hammer is not merely a weapon. It's a testament to resilience. It's about standing back up, no matter how hard you fall." Thunder rumbled, shaking the stones beneath their feet. Ili's gaze fell to the hammer, and she could almost feel Thor's spirit within it. The weight of history pressing down on her, but beneath that, a flicker of hope ignited, a belief that maybe, just maybe, she could be more than what she feared. "I remember," she began, her voice softer now. "I remember the nights we spent by the fire, telling stories of the gods. The laughter, the warmth." "Exactly," Tarek said, his voice steady. "Think of all those who came before you. All those who fought and bled for something greater than themselves. You carry their legacy in your veins." A shiver ran down her spine. With each heartbeat, she felt the weight of her ancestors behind her, pushing her forward. The room swayed as if caught in the throes of a tempest, the very air crackling with energy. She reached for the hammer, her fingers brushing against its cool surface, and in that moment, she felt the connection, a pulse, a breath, a promise that transcended time. But just as she grasped it, a crash echoed through the hall, and the door splintered open. Finn stood there, eyes wild, his face a mask of desperation and rage. "What are you doing?" he roared, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. "You don't understand what you're messing with." "I understand more than you think," Illy shouted back, stepping forward, the hammer raised defiantly at her side. "I understand what it means to fight for something worth believing in." Finn's laughter was dark, twisted. "And what is that? A fairy tale? A myth? You think wielding that hammer will change anything? It will only bring more pain." Tarek moved to block Finn's path, a wall of steadfast determination. "Enough, Finn. This isn't about you anymore. It's about Illy. It's about the future we can still build." In the chaos of emotions, Illy felt the storm within her swirl, the shadows of doubt and fear battling against the light of hope and courage. "I remember," she murmured, "I remember the stories. I remember the strength of my ancestors, the resilience of those who fought before me." The rage in Finn's eyes faltered, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. "You don't know what you're asking for." "Maybe," she replied, her voice steady, "but I'm willing to find out." The hammer is a symbol. It represents more than just power, it's a testament to what we can endure. And in that moment, the storm outside raged on, but within the hall, a different kind of energy was building, a fierce resolve born from pain, struggle, and love. The hammer glinted under the flickering torchlight, and as Illy tightened her grip, she felt the weight of history shift. Finn's expression softened, just for a heartbeat, as if caught in the grip of a memory. She saw it, the flicker of remorse, a trace of longing for the bond they once shared. But it was quickly swallowed by the darkness of his fears. "You don't have to do this alone," he said, a plea hidden in his thunderous voice. "I'm not alone," she replied fiercely, her heart pounding with every affirmation. "I have Tarek. I have the legacy of our family. I have hope, and I won't let it go." The tension thickened in the air, a storm of emotion swirling like the tempest outside. The clock ticked, a reminder of time slipping away. Illy felt the universe booming around her, the weight of stars and struggle enveloping her. And as she raised the hammer high, ready to confront not just Finn, but the tempest of doubt within herself, she understood, this was her moment, her legacy to forge. In this dance of shadows and light, with the storm raging around them, she knew the confrontation had only just begun, and the battle for resilience and strength was far from over. She could feel it in her bones, a promise echoing through the ages. And she would not falter.